Welcome on into day 2 of NFL free agency. We are live here with a TriCast between 3 chat sports channels, our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons channel. So we'll be covering all the moves those teams make, but also just in general, all NFL free agency moves. Great to be back for a second day. Yesterday was an absolute blast. We had a ton of fun. Towards the end of the live stream, I think if you were here yesterday, you know what I'm talking about, but I'd say a ton of fun minus the Browns and Falcons not making any additions, but the Broncos making 2, I'd say, home run signings with Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, both coming from San Francisco to Denver. Not even that the Broncos defense needed some beefing up, but the rich got richer in Denver. But the Browns made a signing at the ass crack of midnight. Cornelius Lucas, offensive tackle, who can serve as a bit of a left or right tackle for you, and a swing tackle, so to speak, coming over to Cleveland to provide some depth. I also think there's a very good chance he might end up starting at some point, knowing Jack Conklin's injury history and DeJuan Jones' injury history, so don't sleep on that signing. And then the Falcons finally made their first signing of free agency. They signed former Raiders linebacker Divine Diablo, a safety converted to linebacker, really good athleticism, great speed. He can fly across the field. Despite playing safety in college, the biggest knock I've seen against him is his coverage, which I just don't really get, but I guess I just got to watch more Divine Diablo tape and games from the Raiders last year, but that's kind of the common theme I hear when talking about Diablo and his time in Las Vegas. But all 3 teams, Browns, Broncos, and Falcons, have made at least one external free agent signing. Now we are back for day 2 to see if more moves are made, like maybe another trade. The Browns traded for Kenny Pickett yesterday, which, listen, they traded for a backup quarterback to be their backup quarterback. That's probably not something to get too upset about, because I hope and believe he won't have a very big role for this team in 2025. But here's the issue with that. I still think it's a bad idea to trade or sign players who suck. I don't really care what their role is. If they're not good, why would you acquire them? And I don't believe Kenny Pickett is good. And you want to know why I think that? It has nothing to do with all the small hands jokes in his time in Pittsburgh. I think he's not good because he wasn't even the best second string quarterback on his own team. Tanner McKee was a better backup than Kenny Pickett was. Prove me wrong. So if the Eagles were willing to part ways with Pickett and not McKee, I think that's a reflection as to what Philadelphia thought of the quarterback who they traded for just a year prior and gave up more than a 5th-round draft pick for. Backup QB is a valuable position. If he was very valuable to Philly, I don't think a 5th-rounder after giving up, what was it, like a 3rd and a 4th-round pick swap with the Steelers the year prior, I don't think a 5th-rounder would take Pickett away from the Eagles. But because they think Tanner McKee is better, I think the Browns traded for the wrong backup QB. Now, as for Atlanta, some news and rumors lines going on that front there. Who's calling me from Houston? Should we all answer together as a channel? Should we just put them on? You're live on YouTube right now. No, we'll send that 713 to voicemail. Atlanta, I read this from Jonathan Jones over at CBS Sports. He said Dahlman turned down more money to come to Chicago. All right. Do we owe an apology to Terry Fontenot? Was it the Falcons that offered him more money? They were not specific. Jones was not specific about who offered more money. It could have been the Vikings. They just gave Ryan Kelly $18 million. So maybe it was between Minnesota and Chicago, and Atlanta was never really involved. But I thought that was something worth nibbling on right there. And then as for Denver, Evan Ingram visited all day with the Broncos yesterday, went out to dinner with some of the coaches and personnel members, but left without a contract. So there that is. I don't think it's imminent. Could happen still, but man, to spend all day and not get a contract, it doesn't feel like we're trending in the right direction for an Evan Ingram signing, which, listen, I wouldn't be upset if they did or didn't sign Ingram. I don't think he is your tight end solution long term, but I think adding a quality veteran tight end is not a bad thing. I'm pretty indifferent on Evan Ingram.
I wonder if it's like They offered him, and then he was like, all right, I'll think about it, and left. And because it's not like if you get offered for like a regular job and you're like, all right, I don't want to say yes because I'm not really sure yet, and then see what else you got, and then come back. So I don't think it's out of the water, but
I don't think NFL
it would have felt
teams,
better if he just said yes.
I don't think the Broncos are happy to go, hey, Ingram, we would love to sign you. Oh, you want to browse around? You know what? We'll wait for you. Please come back in a week or two. Take your time. My guess is that if they gave him an offer, it's sign it now or it's gone. We're not about to be, your sloppy seconds. If they gave him an offer. I feel like usually when the player comes to visit and they leave without an offer, it's because the team didn't make an offer. I already see 1 or 2 super chats coming in after the palooza we had to close out yesterday's live show. I don't expect it to get that wild again today, but who knows? We'll get those supers on screen for you just a little bit here. Appreciate everyone for shouting out their city in the chat. Let's see. I've got Joel saying like the video. I've got 181 viewers on our Brown stream with 17 likes. Falcon stream has 388 viewers with 35 likes, and our Bronco stream has 104 viewers with 30 likes. So that's kind of the current pecking order at the moment. But we got this from Josh Miller over on our Brown stream. Kenny Pickett is the Browns tank for 26 QB. I don't think Andrew Berry is approaching it that way. I don't think he is like, let's go get a quarterback who can really suck. You know what I mean? If that was the case, why not just start Dorian Thompson-Robinson and keep your 5th? I guess this way maybe you could disguise it a little bit more like you pretended to try. Josh, I see your Kenny Pickett. Can I raise you? And I saw, what's his face? Why am I blanking on his name? Ran out the back of the end zone. Thank you. Dan Orlovsky. I can't believe I just forgot his name for a second. Dan Orlovsky tossed out this, and I think it's got some legs is probably an upgrade. It's got some feet. It's got baby legs. It's just starting to learn to walk, right? It's walk and then fall. He saw Daniel Jones got, and I was surprised by this, $14 million. Now, of course, when you see the words up to $14 million, a lot of that includes, no. This is just $14 million. I didn't see the guaranteed earlier. I thought maybe there's a lot of incentives. So he got $13.1 million. Man, $13 million to be a backup. I don't see that very often. I'm not convinced the Colts signed Daniel Jones with the expectation of he is a backup. Chris Ballard said at the Combine, we are looking for competition. So not that Anthony Richardson has really a lot to stand on, but this is kind of the modern era of how athletes work where when feelings get hurt, they want to be traded. And I wouldn't rule out Richardson going, if you guys are going to have Daniel Jones get $13 million in free agency, I know what your plans are at quarterback, and it's not me. So trade me. Please trade me. And maybe the Colts will be more comfortable with that because they've probably come to the realization, hey, we went with all these veterans, Phillip Rivers, Matt Ryan, Carson Wentz. We had to go young in the draft. We were picking top 5. It was a very good quarterback class. Let's take a shot. And it didn't work out, which is kind of why I don't want the Browns to waste the 2nd overall pick because they'll be like the Colts in a few years, but whatever. Now they might decide to just cut their losses, get a pick for Richardson while they still can, and move on and start Daniel Jones because they gave him not quite like starting quarterback money, but somewhere in between starting and backup quarterback money. So what do you think about if the Browns were to trade for Richardson? I would not want that to happen because I had the same logic for Kenny Pickett. He sucks. I said he sucked coming out of Florida. He completed 54% of his passes for the Gators. If you can't find receivers in college and hit them on the numbers, why should I believe in the NFL all of a sudden you're going to accomplish that? And I know Josh Allen didn't have the greatest completion percentage, but we can't just use one outlier as an example for every other situation. We got to find the patterns. So, no Richardson for me for Cleveland. I know the ceiling is there and the arm talent, the legs, yada, yada, yada. I still think he just sucks. And I think you're wasting your time. I think you're wasting a draft pick. Josh, thank you for your super. Aiden plays with a super chat coming in from our Bronco stream. Aiden, hope you're having a good Tuesday. Feels like it's already Thursday. After yesterday, Reed and I got in Central Time. That's where we are in Dallas. Call it 8:45. So, I mean, I'm not going to pretend to be like a blue-collar worker at like 5 a.m. Like, do you watch the show Landman? Good show. They get up at like 3 a.m. I was like, okay. I'm never going to complain about what time I get up. But we were out of here around 7 to 7:30-ish, give or take. No, 7:30, I think. Yeah, and then we had some signings happen overnight. So it was a busy day yesterday. It's been a lot calmer so far today.
It's not like, if it's not our team, we're not doing anything.
No.
We help everyone who has channels and everything like that. So I was up until pretty late last night. I mean, we all were just helping out with, who was at Byron Murphy. Byron Murphy re-signing with the Vikings.
Lots
Chase
of signings.
Young.
Christian Fulton, by the way, going from the Chargers to the Chiefs. I don't think that's something Chargers fans are very happy about. I see Mac has a super chat. We'll get that on screen. We got super chats coming in from our Browns and Broncos channel. Falcons still trying to get on the board, but we are aiming to be live today for probably 3 to 4 hours. It'll kind of just be dependent on how the news is. Yesterday, you saw a lot of money get thrown around. I think the Patriots, any guesses, by the way? Quick trivia. How much total money did the Patriots give out? In total value, not guaranteed, but total money. How much do you think New England gave out yesterday? Which, by the way, this would never have happened under Bill Belichick. I mean, he did not spend, but this is outrageous spending.
I don't know, so I'm going to give a guess.
Yeah. Give a guess.
Like total?
Total money given out. You combine all the contracts that they gave out. Milton Williams, who else? Harold Landry, Robert Spillane, Carlton Davis, Morgan Moses.
130.
Reed says 130 million. Josh says 240 million. Lav says 100 million. Oscar says 230 million. You're all lowballing it. $286 million in change.
Wow.
$286 million in one day.
I didn't think it was
$250 million invested. Their defense, by the way, completely turned around. You insert Milton Williams in the middle of the D-line for the Patriots. Harold Landry coming off the edge. You got Deion White kind of coming up in the ranks a little bit. Texans have been busy as well. They've been bringing back. Hey, Browns fans, you remember this guy right here. They've been bringing back some guys. They've been bringing in some new faces. The Laramie Tunsil trade was very strange, but they also redeemed themselves by trading Kenyon Green for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I have to imagine that the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade was partially fueled because of they were paying a lot of guys and there was some salary cap relief to be had by trading him away. But I just think they probably maybe weren't happy with him as a leader and, I wonder if one last thing. I wonder if Philly was like the lick my balls thing was Swifties can lick my balls. I wonder if they're like, hey, it's funny, but we're kind of done with all the antics. And there's a lot of chatter from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He never quite seems to stick anywhere.
So I agree. I think it's both. I think it's, man, we need some help on the salary cap. He's a little off the rails.
Yeah.
We're okay with letting him go because it gives us salary cap relief.
Right. It's a little bit of like double pros, but also one big con. He's very good.
He's very good.
He
was the heart of the defense.
Yeah. So that's a huge con that very well, I think, outweighs the pros. Now, here's the thing, though. They got Kenyon Green, which to me signals that they're going to lose Mekhi Becton in free agency. And I do not want to bet against the Eagles. What's that offensive line coach they have? Jeff, what's his name? Jeff Stoutland. I don't want to bet against him not being able to develop a former first-round pick like Green, who on the Texans offensive line last year was the worst starter, and that Texans offensive line was bottom 3 in the NFL. So you took the worst player on arguably the worst offensive line. And I expect him to be a Pro Bowler in 3 years. Probably.
I mean, Mekhi Becton, first-round talent.
Yep. Same story.
He was almost written off.
Yeah, absolutely. You're spot on.
And then, well, he changed positions though, so it's like
maybe they no. There's no more tackle vacancies in Philly. All right, Mac. Do y'all really think Kenny Pickett is going to be a starter? Like, come on, seriously, everybody. It was a smart move for a competent backup. I don't expect Pickett to be a starter, but I'll say this much. Do you not think he'll start a game? Because everything about the Cleveland Browns history tells me Kenny Pickett's starting a game. Now, it may not be designed that way. It could be an injury pops up or someone gets benched, but we will see Kenny Pickett. And the reason why I just don't really like this trade is because he sucks. So trading for players who I think suck, I'm never going to get convinced of. Even if he doesn't see the field, I still feel like, well, I'd rather have a 5th-round pick than Kenny Pickett. I know that it's not a huge investment. DTR, I've said on the Browns channel for a while now, would not be a part of the 2025 Browns roster. I thought he'd get traded in training camp for a 7th-round pick. Desmond Ridder last year was traded for a player. Like, I thought you'd just get something for him. You get Kenny Pickett for him along with a 5th-rounder to Philly. But I agree, Mac, that no, I don't think Pickett is going to be the week 1 starter unless a bunch of injuries pop up. Knock on wood. But I still think he just sucks.
I know we are currently live on Broncos, Browns,
and Falcons. So 3 TriCast.
I created 3 questions for each channel. Mm-hmm. So Broncos and Falcons, don't go crazy. I have questions for you guys too. But since it came up, I have this question for Browns Report. Will the Browns sign or draft their 2025 starting QB?
By starting QB, do you mean week 1?
Week 1 starter.
I think week 1's going to be a veteran. I don't think Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, wherever they end up, are probably week 1 ready. I think Sanders needs to...
And the other 2 channels, by the way, you can answer this question.
Yeah.
Whatever you guys think. Because I know everyone's NFL fan.
I think Sanders needs to get with NFL game speed a little bit because, while he was accurate last year, a lot of his passes were very close to the line of scrimmage. He threw 63% of passes between either behind the line of scrimmage or between 0 to 9 yards. For reference, Cam Ward and Jackson Dart were 50% or less. So that's a decent increase right there. So I think when it comes to downfield velocity and accuracy, which it's not necessary to have to be a star in the NFL. Drew Brees didn't have a cannon of an arm. John Elway notoriously had a weak arm as well. But John Elway also wasn't a week 1 starter for the Broncos. He only started 5 games his rookie year. Then he got benched. So it took some time for him. But I think Sanders is going to sit wherever he ends up. And I think Ward also should sit because Ward needs to learn to take the turnover-worthy plays out of his game. I think sometimes he gets a little bit too greedy and he trusts his arm. Maybe not just too much, but he trusts the DBs won't make plays. And when you're playing Georgia Tech DBs, not a bad bet. No offense, Georgia Tech, although they were kind of good this year. So how about Wake Forest DBs? However, that's not the case in the NFL. So I think both those quarterbacks are going to sit regardless of where they end up. It's sounding a little bit like this week that the Titans are honing in on Ward. I think you can really draw some, maybe not large conclusions, but fair conclusions from where the marquee veteran free agents are signing and whether or not those teams are going to then draft a quarterback. Because you got to look at it through the lens of an NFL agent. If you are Aaron Rodgers' agent, 1, that must be a really tough job. 2, if you believe the Giants are going to take a quarterback, you don't want Rodgers to sign with the Giants. So I could see a lot of veterans passing on the Browns because they are under the belief the Browns are going to take a QB at number 2. It's not a guarantee, though. The NFL draft is full of wild twists and turns. No one saw Michael Penix going to Atlanta last year, so don't look at this as being set in stone. But we got the Browns, the Titans, and the Giants all looking for quarterbacks, and none of them have signed a big name from the market. Maybe it's because those quarterbacks believe they are going to draft a quarterback. So do with that information what you will. Really quickly, make sure to like the video if you have not already. Trying to get our streams, our live coverage to as many eyeballs as possible. And to help the YouTube algorithm out, scroll on down. Click the thumbs up button. It's completely free, and it really does help, hopefully, your favorite content creator. So I also saw we had a super chat come in from Joshua Miller.
We did have a super chat come in from Falcons as well.
Oh, Falcons as well? I'm sorry, Trey. I missed that.
Bradley Stern from the Broncos channel said, what do you think happens draft-wise since the Cowboys took Pookie?
I saw someone yesterday, I can't remember who, quote tweet the Cowboys signing Williams going, watch for Denver to trade up for Genty. Guys, no matter what happened with Javonte Williams, re-signing or not, that was not going to be a difference maker in their running back draft strategy. Javonte Williams is a good pass protector, and he can help out in the receiving game. That is not what you are going to model your run game after and go, we got Williams back, so no need to get Genty anymore. I don't think the two are connected whatsoever. So Williams going to Dallas, I don't think alters the Broncos draft strategy of, damn it, we lost Javonte. If they wanted Javonte back, they could have had him back. He signed a veteran minimum deal, 1 year, $3 million, so a little over vet minimum. I saw, though, the idea of Denver trading up for Ashton Genty. I'm not – the NFL draft, like I said, is unpredictable. As of right now, I don't think Genty is going to get past Chicago at 10. I think that might be his backstop. The Bears just invested heavily in the offensive line. Ben Johnson had a great O-line in Detroit. He also had 2 great running backs. So he's checked one box. I'm thinking Genty might be the next box he'd look to check.
You're getting some heat for your Elway comment.
Elway have a strong arm? Am I...
Did he have a strong arm or not? That's I wasn't listening.
I thought the story was like Elway notoriously didn't have a very strong arm, but he had great legs.
Oh, I don't know.
That's like
a lot of people are saying he had a strong arm.
Am I mixing up quarterbacks? I mean,
Broncos for life said.
Oh, who am I thinking of then? Who am I thinking of? I'm sorry.
I was like, I think he had.
I think I was just going down the line here.
He had like a really like a rocket, like it would hurt their hands.
What veteran am I thinking of? I'm sorry, everyone. That was a dumb comment by me. Weakest QB arm strength.
Trey, don't worry. We're about to hit
NFL
your
history.
super chat.
Boo me in the chat. Boo me in the chat. I'm thinking of Joe Montana. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm sorry. Born in 1998. I'm thinking of Joe Montana. That's dumb. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Joe Montana. My mistake. All right, Trey, what's going on, buddy? Why is Azeez Ojulari still available? Well, we can look at his stats, and I think what you're going to find is we've got an edge rusher who's never really had a true breakout season. People are still mad at me. I don't blame them. I was thinking of Joe Montana. My mistake. I was kind of like trying to name someone for all the teams a little bit. So I was trying to get the Broncos one included. Joe Montana did not have a super strong arm, right? That was the knock against Montana.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only reason because I looked.
That was also.
I wasn't like actively listening because I was like I have 5 screens in front of me, but so I was like I saw. What do you mean Elway doesn't have? And I was like. Wait, what did he say?
The double dumb comment there is, of course, Elway had a strong arm because he could have played for the Yankees.
Yeah.
So.
And I was like, wasn't there a story that came out that it like hurt to catch his balls?
Yeah.
Pause.
Just boot me in the chat. That was stupid. Trey, Ojulari, why is he still available? Answer your question. Can we throw up Ojulari's stats? Because I think that's pretty much going to answer the question for you, Trey. Well, we've seen a lot of edge rushers get signed so far. I'm thinking Ojulari, well, this isn't like a great answer, but it's kind of the best answer I can come up with is he just hasn't had that even one big year where everyone looks at it and goes, okay, there's the potential, right? There's the real, untapped and raw talent that the Giants saw when they used a second-round draft pick on him. So we'll get the stats up on screen for you just a moment here. has played a full season once in his career, the first year, 8 sacks. So that's his best year. And it's kind of just been from a pure production standpoint. And I don't think we should fall trap to just purely evaluating pass rushers on sacks, right? There's a lot more that goes into it. Pressures, tackles for loss. Can you be stout against the run, or can they only play you on third down? If they're going to give you a big contract, they want to be able to see you go on first, second, and third down. There are some guys who are just not good enough against the run, and so you can only use them like 60% of plays where you think it's going to be a pass, and if you're wrong, okay, he's average at best against the run, but 60% of plays is not going to yield you a big contract in free agency as a defensive end. So that's my best answer for you, Trey. Based on how much money was spent yesterday at that same position, I'm thinking Ojulari is going to find like a two-year $25 million contract. I mean, if Darius Slayton got $13 million, I don't see why Ojulari can't be in that same neighborhood. He's better than Slayton. That's my final answer for you. We've got a few other super chats coming in here from Josh on our Brown stream. See you dressed in layer. Yeah, as a Boy Scout, I came prepared today. Because right now, the temperature, there's no words I can say that will illustrate or make you feel how cold it is. It honestly felt yesterday, by the end of the day, like when you walk into a walk-in freezer and you're like, whoa, it's cold. And then the longer you're in there, you're like, it's actually freezing because it's a freezer. But you still have that, warmth from pre-freezer. It dropped 30 degrees in here. So I was not going to mess around today. We got some news? Yep. What's the news? 49ers, is that the news? 49ers are releasing former Georgia Bulldog Leonard Floyd. He signed there last offseason. You know why? Because they're bringing Joey Bosa. But Leonard Floyd could be a target for a pass rush needy team like the Falcons. So Leonard Floyd, former first-round pick by the Bears, went to the Rams, helped them win a Super Bowl, then went to the Bills, then went to the Niners. He's been a bit of a journeyman. You know why? Because he's someone that's not necessarily a three-down player. He's not just a pure pass rush specialist, but I think the best reason as to why they're releasing Floyd is, for one, the Niners are stripping down a lot of their parts. They are moving out from expensive contracts and letting guys walk. I think they are doing a subtle retool, repivot. I think they spent a lot, as they should have, for a good stretch there. They made 2 Super Bowls. They made 3 NFC championship games. Now they start to build a bit of a new-ish roster, and they move on and shed some older, expensive contracts. They don't bring back Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga. They move on from Leonard Floyd, Kyle Juszczyk. They let Aaron Banks watch in free agency. They released Javon Hargrave. So I don't think this is a reflection of Leonard Floyd stinks now. I mean, what was Leonard Floyd's stats last year? I think he was still a pretty productive player for them. Leonard Floyd had 8.5 sacks last year.
Got some super chats coming in from the Falcons.
Super chats are rolling in. All right. We'll hit all these supers. But Josh, in defense of trading for Kenny Pickett, he is much closer in style of play to running a Coach Stefanski style offense than DTR ever was as a backup QB. I could agree with this, Josh. I'll also add one more pro. Mac, you might like this. If Kenny Pickett beats the Steelers for the Browns, there will be no draft pick that you can place on the value of that moment right there. If Pickett beats Pittsburgh for Cleveland, there will be statue conversations. There really will be. It'll be like a Jameis Winston moment. So that if he beats the Steelers, voice crack, then no matter what else happens, like Cade York, walk-off 58-yarder, no one's going to care. Josh, thank you for your super chat. Hope you're having a good day. Rusty Moore tuning in from our Falcons channel. Raheem and Terry are both gone after the year. This defense is going to give up 35 per game. This bum we signed today ain't going to change anything, bruh. Yeah, I wonder if Arthur Blank would want to bundle Morris and Fontenot together, because I think Morris is very popular in Atlanta still. And I say that because the players still love him. I go off of the NFLPA report cards. He was one of the highest ranked coaches in the NFL. For a team that lost more games than they won last year, that's surprising to me. So I don't know if they'll blame Raheem Morris along with Terry Fontenot for the inability to build a defense in Atlanta. Maybe they dump Fontenot because at that point it would have been 5 straight losing seasons. And by the way, go look at Atlanta's 2021 draft class, first one on Terry Fontenot. Every single pick flopped. Every single one. Majority are off the roster by now. Vast majority. One of the few remaining guys, Kyle Pitts, Avery Williams. One's going to go down as a historic flop of a top 5 pick. The other one's not even playing the same position you drafted him to play. So Fontenot is definitely on thin ice in my eyes. Morris, I think, will get more than just 2 years because I don't know if you can fairly blame him for Terry's inability to construct a good defense. Rusty, appreciate your super chat, though. Grand Limousine. A comment from Grand Limousine. Ideas on how we can make a real impact in free agency to fix the defense with our elephant still in the locker room, a.k.a. Cousins. I think the Falcons are holding out to the last possible moment to see if a trade can happen. And they will release him before March 17th when he is due $10 million. I don't think they're going to find a trade. And then Cousins will sign with the Browns. And as for what the Falcons can then do for their free agency woes, there's not a lot of great options anymore at the pass rusher position. Chase Young went back to New Orleans. I don't think Joey Bosa is going to come to Atlanta. There's Azeez Ojulari, who I can warm up to for the right price. Malcolm Kuntz, Baron Browning, some of my more affordable options for ATL are off the table. I think it's Trey Hendrickson or bust. Grand Limousine. Thank you for the super chat. Are we all caught up on supers? Oh, Danny from our Broncos channel. Danny, always love our email back and forths. Matthew, if Bo Nix was in this year's draft, what order would he get drafted versus the QBs in this year's draft? Great question, Danny. Let's say Bo Nix's final year at Oregon was just this year, right? He was Dylan Gabriel this year for the Ducks. He lost to Ohio State. I think Bo Nix would go. I think it'd be a debate between Bo and Ward, and Shador would be looked at as a second-round quarterback. But because there's only, really in my eyes, one borderline first-round quarterback in Cam Ward, which I know right now that sounds like a hot take. In a few years, I don't think it will be. It would have been crazy if you said Marcus Mariota's not a first-round quarterback. But looking back, of course he's not a first-round quarterback. So I think it would have been, at the end of the day, probably Ward, then Nix, then Sanders. And the only reason why I'm putting Nix behind Ward is we got to block out everything from his rookie year. And I think teams would have sold themselves on Ward's arm talent and overlooked some other things while undervaluing a lot of the key pros to Nix's game. Decision-making, sneaky good athleticism. You can easily convince me to flip-flop the two, but if I had to really bet, I think it'd probably go Ward, then Bo Nix, then Shador Sanders and Jackson Dart. But again, whenever we do these conversations, you have to black out everything from their NFL career because that is not known information pre-draft. So remove all that from your mind when you're thinking of, hey, which quarterback would have, who's a better prospect? And if I said, Marcus Mariota or Lamar Jackson, you're going to say, obviously, Lamar Jackson. But again, you can only view them from their college careers. You can't let their pro careers influence that because that's not what the prospect is. The prospect is them before they get to the draft, before they get to the league. Before we look at some other supers and just talk free agency in general, Fanatics is having an awesome deal right now where a lot of their gear is 25% off. So if you want to get a shirt, you want to get a sweatshirt for your favorite team, go to chatsports.com/fanatics. I put that link in the comments and description of today's video. So if you want to get some more Browns, Broncos, Falcons gear in your closet, use our link, chatsports.com/fanatics, for 25% off. Like I said, that link is down below. Holy smokes! Mr. Ha-Ha from the Falcons channel with a $50 super chat. I thought today would be a much more mellow day after the craziness of yesterday, but I think Falcons today is out for blood. After finishing third in super chats yesterday and leading for a good stretch, by the way, too, Mr. Ha-Ha has put the Falcons Today channel in the driver's seat. Terry Fontenot and Kirk busting our nuts has screwed Atlanta for 2025. We need to hope that Kirk drops his no-trade clause and we get either a draft pick or a one-for-one swap with someone else who can't help us. Arthur needs to fire Terry, though. There have been some good things Fontenot has done, but listen, when you get 4 years to build a roster, I sure hope you've done some good things. Right? If I appoint Mr. Ha-Ha in charge of finding a good restaurant for us to go out to for 3 weeks straight, and we like 2 restaurants he picked, does that mean he was good at his job if we didn't like 19? No. But if you want to defend him, you can say, but that one steak dinner and pizza night was awesome. Yeah, but the rest of the nights gave us food poisoning. So that's my Colin Cowherd analogy for, yeah, Fontenot has done some good things, but I hope so. You've had the job for 4 years. That's 4 off seasons, 4 drafts, 4 free agencies to put together some good things. But I think the cons are really outweighing the pros here. So, Mr. Ha-Ha, I would not get your hopes up for a trade for Kirk Cousins. I don't know why any team would make a trade for him. They'll just wait for him to be released. The only reason why Cousins would waive his no-trade clause if the Falcons tell him, we'll keep you hostage. Browns news. I haven't got anything. Is it a signing? Yep. Ooh, we got a signing. At the top. Who the fuck is that? I don't know. I think that's the first-round pick by the Buccaneers like 4 years ago. That was the Bucs like first-round pick, I think, in like 2021. Well, everyone learned this guy for the first time today. We're going to break down the signing for the Browns report here, but yeah. Full shebang. Everyone's learning about Joe. This was the first-round pick. I remember this because I remember this not because I remember him in the draft, but I remember looking at previous drafts going, I, as a draft fan, have no memory of this draft pick right here. Yeah, he was the last pick in 2021 after the Bucs won the Super Bowl. He went to Washington. He's been actually very available, which is nice. He's only missed 2 games in his entire NFL career. He's been an on and off starter for the Bucs, but he's never had more than 5 sacks in a season. So this is your signature Andrew Berry first-round talent. Buy low with the high ceiling for his athleticism and whatnot. The guy is 6'5", 260. So good frame, good size altogether. We'll break it down in more detail here. This is Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. All right, we're going to learn all about him today. Can anyone, by the way, even take an educated guess at what ethnicity this last name derives from? I don't even know if it's Asian or Eastern European. This could easily be Vietnamese or like Latvian. I have no idea. Someone do some research on that for me. But we're going to break down this signing, so we're going to do a little bit of a deep dive for the Browns report here on Joe Tryon. I already forgot his name. Shoyinka. Yep, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. So there it is. Are we ready to jump into a little bit of a breakdown on this one, Mr. Barkis? Okay. I wonder what this means for... I think this is just a depth signing. I don't think this has a incoming roster move tied to it. if they were going to release Okoronkwo, I think they would have done it already. So this is probably just, we would like to add another pass rusher, and we'll take a $4.75 million flyer on the 2021 32nd overall draft pick. So Shoyinka. We're going to go Shoyinka. Thank you, Bronco Stampede. Robert, sorry about this. I know not everyone watching right now is a Browns fan, but we're doing a TriCast for our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons channel. So if you're not a fan of the Cleveland Browns, hang tight is the best way I can put it. Yeah, just trying to get you guys as much content as possible, and this is the best way to do it. So bear with me, Broncos and Falcons fans tuning in as we break down this Browns signing for Cleveland. I wonder, I think he's a defensive end. I don't think he's a linebacker. I saw someone bring up Jay. It says linebacker. Is he an outside linebacker? Well, this is going to be a bit of a, Jim Schwartz little personal project to figure out where he wants to put him. Coming out of the draft, he played defensive end. He played outside linebacker for the Buccaneers, so sure, he's a backer now. All right. Outside linebacker for the Browns. Maybe they put him at defensive end. I'm not exactly sure. We'll see what happens with him in free agency. I guess this could have some JOK implications, but he's an outside linebacker. I don't think signing an outside linebacker is something you do to ease some concerns over an inside linebacker's future. I got to just keep this one Shoyinka. Has anyone figured out where this name derives from? This is an all-time random first-round draft pick. Jake says Nigerian. Okay. I can't disagree. I was not familiar with Nigerian surnames, but I guess Tryon-Shoyinka is like the Smith over there. The Browns have signed 2 players now, and not a single person in Cleveland ever predicted these 2 signings or trades. Kenny Pickett, Cornelius Lucas, and Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Tryon. I'll be honest, Tryon as a hyphen last name in the NFL is not a good one. It just screams practice squad. I would like to try on for the team. It's kind of like that Pitt kicker, Blewett. Oh, no. That was a bad last name for a kicker. Or Kenny Pickett. We just got to do some rebranding here. I see a handful of super chats coming in here, so we'll get to all these supers after we break down this signing. 221 viewers on our Broncos channel, 73 likes. Reminder, hit the thumbs up button. On our Falcons channel currently, we have 515 viewers with 106 likes. And on our Browns channel, 249 viewers with 63 likes. So still the same order of likes from yesterday's live free agency coverage as of today's. Yep. All right. Let's dive into Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. We ready to rumble? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. The Browns have made another free agent signing, and like all of you watching, my immediate reaction was, who? Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, former first-round draft pick, so it definitely fills the Andrew Berry need for pursuing players who were drafted highly before. 2021 from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, played at Washington. He's an outside linebacker, but I expect Jim Schwartz to get his hands dirty with this one. He's 6'5", 260 pounds, so maybe they experiment with him at defensive end a little bit. But my view on this signing is it's a depth piece. It's Andrew Berry doing what Berry has done for so many free agency periods, which is he likes to find former highly drafted players and give them cheap contracts and see if they can live up to their expectations from years past. So we're going to get you guys familiar with Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. I didn't think any name would be tougher to pronounce than Okoronkwo when they signed him, but our friend from Washington just said, hold my beer. So here are some pros to Mr. Joe, we'll call him. Great availability, Through 4 years with the Buccaneers, he's only missed 2 games. He's been an on and off starter for the Bucs, so he's had some good presence on that defense. He has not made any big splash plays, though. We can kind of just browse through his stats here for a second, but in 2023, he had 5 sacks. That's the most in a single season for him. 2 forced fumbles in his career, no interceptions. He just has not made any game-changing plays or had that big wow moment or factor for a first-round pick that warranted a return to Tampa Bay. But I think Barry saw a pass rusher, which he loves, building up the cornerstone pieces, edge, corner, wide receiver, and he got him for less than $5 million, and he's willing to buy low for a high ceiling for a former first-round draft pick. I don't believe this move signals anything else other than the Browns just wanted to add some more depth at the linebacker, possibly defensive end position. I'm not going to associate this with any kind of JOK injury because there are 2 different positions. He's not an inside linebacker. He's an outside linebacker. Unless the Browns plan to change his position, I think this is just a little bit of pass rush depth and adding an athlete, a quality football player who sure does not have anything really pop out when you look over his stats or over his resume, but for $4.75 million, no surprise Andrew Berry is willing to take a flyer on yet another former first-round pick. So he has acquired 2 former first-round picks so far in free agency, traded for Kenny Pickett, signed Joe Tryon, which, by the way, Tryon is the absolute worst name possible for any professional athlete. It just screams like, Rudy, just give me a shot. I don't want Rudy. Rudy sucked. So change that, Joe. Make it just Joe Shoyinka. That kind of has some rhythm to it, right? Like, all right, let's go Shoyinka. Like, once everyone learns his name, it's like a badge of honor of like, you don't know who Shoyinka is? That's a casual right there. So welcome to Cleveland, Joe. Best of luck to your career with the Browns, and we'll see where it goes. But make sure to subscribe to the channel. When news breaks, we're going to be the first ones to get you guys a video. I got out of bed when Cornelius Lucas signed at midnight. We're going to get you guys a video within 30 minutes of this signing coming out when Kenny Pickett got traded. So if you are looking for a YouTube channel to keep you up to speed and tell you everything you need to know about the Browns in free agency, scroll on down and click that sub button. Now, I also just want to talk about how the Browns have made 3 moves now in free agency, and none of these moves were predicted by anyone. No one, I think Aditi talked about Kenny Pickett possibly getting traded, and that could be someone the Browns go after, but no, I don't think anyone that I had on their bingo card. First signing, offensive tackle. Next signing, first-round pick project from the Buccaneers, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Now, I kind of warmed up, not that I was ever cold on the Cornelius Lucas signing, but I was just kind of peeved that Barry, of course, yet again makes his first signing at midnight and gets everyone out of bed for it. But I think he offers a lot of depth and experience at both left tackle and right tackle. And Conklin's had his fair share of injuries with the Titans and then, of course, with the Browns. And DeJuan Jones, 2 years in, 2 seasons ended on injured reserve with a knee injury. So it's a wise investment to make sure you are not having your next quarterback run for his life because you did not put together a good backup plan at tackle. As for Kenny Pickett, I'm pretty sure I said this in the video yesterday about the trade, but I'll reiterate it right now. I don't expect Kenny Pickett to be the starter. I don't think anyone is envisioning Kenny Pickett getting traded to the Browns to be their starter week 1. No questions asked. He'll be a part of a quarterback battle, but he's not going to be the favorite to win that battle. I don't like the trade because I think Pickett sucks. And no one likes a negative Nancy during free agency or the draft because you're a buzzkill. You want someone to tell you what your team did was great. But if someone had told you Juan Thornhill would not have been a good signing, you would have been mad at them, but they ultimately would have been right. Pickett's not going to have, hopefully, a big role on this team. Maybe he definitely will start at some point due to an injury. The only way this trade works out for the Browns is if Pickett beats the Steelers. If Kenny Pickett goes to Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium, and beats Pittsburgh, it doesn't matter how many picks they give up for him, it'll be worth it at that point. But until then, I still am never in the business of, I don't care how much it costs. If you acquire a bad player, I'm not going to defend it. Now, some 2024 numbers broken down more for the latest member of the Browns. 24 tackles, so he played 15 games. He started 11 for the Buccaneers. Let me look at his snap percentage here. Last year, he played 55% of snaps. That's kind of on par in his career. 3 out of the 4 seasons, he's played between 49 and 55% of snaps. The one outlier was 2022 when he played 75% of snaps, making 16 starts. That year, he had 4 sacks and 6 tackles for loss. He's going to have a 7 to 8 year career in the NFL as a rotational piece on defense. For a first-round pick, it's definitely disappointing for the Buccaneers. For the Browns, $4.75 million deal. Barry has always been in the business of one man's trash is another man's treasure. If someone wants to discard a former first-round pick, we'll take a chance on him. And I like Jim Schwartz having an opportunity to get something out of someone who clearly had a lot of potential coming out of Washington. So let me know what you think of all the moves the Browns have made so far in free agency. The 2 signings, the trades. How would you grade the Browns free agency through a day and a half so far? I'd give it a C-, but I think it's important to note that I didn't have an A grade in mind for the Browns this offseason in free agency. They never spend in free agency. By never, I mean not like the Cowboys never, but under Andrew Barry, they have not been big spenders in free agency. They make moves and trades. That's where they make a lot of their acquisitions and their money moves. So I never had this belief the Browns were going to go out and sign a handful of big-name contracts. So I'm not surprised that through a day and a half, they have been rather low-key. I expect them to make a move when Kirk Cousins gets released. You want to clip this? We'll come back to it. It's Tuesday, March 11th. It's 1:54 Eastern Time. Kirk Cousins will be released by the Atlanta Falcons before March 17th, and he will sign with the Cleveland Browns. I'm willing to have that age poorly, but I'm willing to put my name on it right now and say Cousins is who the Browns are waiting for at quarterback. Before we sign off and get some other quick free agency notes, make sure you check out this Browns t-shirt from Fanatics. Chatsports.com/Fanatics has a bunch of gear, 25% off. So if you want to get some more Brown stuff in your wardrobe without breaking the bank, use our link. It supports the channel as well. I put that down below in the comment section and description of today's video. Now, one quick thing I want to add to our friend Shoyinka. I don't think this is a sign that Okoronkwo is getting released. That one I will put my name on that one. If they were going to move on from Okoronkwo, I would like to think they would have already done it. The only reason why they might not have already done it is because they could be working on a trade, and if one does not happen, then they have to settle for a release. But they've used up both their 2 post-June 1 designations. There's very little cap savings, if any at all, to be had if you move on from Okoronkwo before June 1st. So I think this is just a depth signing. I don't think this has an underlying message to it. I just think Barry wanted to go out and get a former first-round pick for less than $5 million and see if he can, reclaim him and, see if he can bring the best out of him and find that first-round talent the Buccaneers saw in 2021. We'll end on this question right here, though. Do you believe the Browns are going to sign or draft their Week 1 starter in 2025? I think it's going to be a veteran. And that's not me saying they're not going to draft a quarterback. They still very well may draft a quarterback 2nd overall. I don't think wherever Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward ends up should be looked at as a Week 1 starter. Baker Mayfield didn't start Week 1, and he was miles ahead of Ward and Sanders as a prospect going into the NFL. Neither did Justin Herbert. There are lots of quarterbacks who do not start Week 1. And so I'm thinking a veteran starts Week 1, no matter what the Browns do in the draft, but that does not eliminate the possibility of the Browns going QB at number 2. And I'll add one more thing to the Browns' number 2 draft pick rumors. I think it is worth looking at and noting where a lot of the more marquee veteran free agent quarterbacks are signing. And none of them have signed with the Titans, the Browns, or the Giants. That may be because those quarterbacks' agents know those teams are going to draft a quarterback. And they don't want to send Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson to that team for them to just hand the baton off to a rookie halfway through the season. So that is something to factor in here, but I do feel like there's been a little less smoke on the quarterback at number 2 for the Browns throughout free agency. If anything, I'm hearing that Cam Ward is increasing his chances of going number 1 overall to the Titans, but this draft is full of twists and turns, and we are still well over a month away from it. All right, that will do it for us on today's show. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the breakdown. If you did, consider liking the video and subscribing down below in the comment section. All right, we have some supers that came in we can catch up on. A Brown signing that no one's heard of. What about Kevontae Turpin? Kevontae Turpin got tendered by the Cowboys, I thought. Did someone match that tender? What happened with Kevontae Turpin? Another deal. They might have gave him a real contract, actually. Yeah, I think they gave him a real contract. Because I thought yesterday they gave him the second round tender. Okay. Yeah. Good for him, by the way. He was a TCU legend. Did not have a clean entrance into the NFL, but the Cowboys take a chance on the hometown kid, and he's been a huge asset for them on special teams. So nice to see him kind of get a good payday. All right, let's catch up on some super chats here. 87 likes on our Broncos stream, 136 on the Falcons stream, and 89 on our Browns stream. For anyone that's just been tuning in as of late, this is a tri-cast between our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons channels here at Chat Sports. So apologies for some more in-depth breakdowns. Maybe not your favorite team, but I'm trying to cover all 3 teams to the best of my ability to make sure everyone watching is getting as much content and coverage as possible. Dolphin X from our Browns channel. Oh, what did Dolphin say? I didn't see it. I didn't even know. I did not read this with. Really? No, I just said this naturally. I didn't know he said this.
That's so funny.
Yeah. I thought my eyes go to the camera and the monitor's like a foot below. So, yes, the answer is yes, Dolphin. All right, AFX. He's a legend for me in Madden. Someone from the Falcons stream once said the only way I evaluate free agent signings is based on their Madden rating. And I was like, you know what? That's not the worst way to evaluate players you don't know. Should we look up his Madden rating? I'm going to guess his Madden rating is like... Yeah, look up his Madden rating. Everyone get your predictions in for what... his name... What was his name? Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. I'm going to guess our friend Joe has a Madden rating of 72.
Holy shit.
Right on?
73.
Damn it! 73. Nick got it correct in the Falcons stream. And Phoenix in the Broncos stream. All right, we have some more supers, I think, coming in here. Yep. So we'll catch up on some super chats. Don't want to leave you guys hanging.
Don't worry. I had to get a new link.
Is ZD Productions back? Oh, I went to bed last night thinking about you getting me yesterday, ZD Productions. I was, yeah. I was laying in bed thinking about ZD Productions just dragging his nuts on my forehead from hundreds of miles away by letting me think Younghoe Koo got released.
I feel like did we go through this whole thing?
We'll put it back on screen.
Yeah. That happened right when Mr. Joe got signed.
Mr. Haha, to just summarize your super chat, I do not believe Kirk Cousins will be traded. I just think teams are going to wait for him to get released, knowing that's going to happen. Oh, Zay Jones went from was he with the Jags last, I think? Right? Or yeah? Jags, Cardinals, back to Cardinals. Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, re-signing, duh. So, Mr. Haha, once again, thank you for your super chat. Cannot express my gratitude enough for your support. Ja'Cory, how do we feel about Will Johnson and Siobhan Revel Jr.? So Will Johnson had fantastic 2023 tape for the Wolverines. He was a lockdown corner, but he also had tremendous ball skills, interceptions, pick sixes, you name it. There are some concerns over injuries. Turf toe caused him to miss a lot of last year, and a hamstring injury will keep him out of his pro day, which leads to another concern people have for the Wolverine corner, which is his long speed. It's a true burner that can run with the receiver 30 to 40 yards down the field. As for the ECU corner, had some difficulty getting going in his collegiate career, mostly due to academics. Goes to the Pirates, has a really strong 2023 season, got off to a strong 2024 season, then he tore his ACL. Physical traits are maybe not off the charts, but are very impressive, and that's what's giving him some first-round buzz. I'm probably not going to sink in for a physical traits guy at corner off an ACL injury that I just haven't seen enough of. So I'm not going to roll the dice on Revel, but I will, for the Falcons, say yes to Will Johnson. Nico Watts. I've never heard of Divine Diablo, and I'm in Vegas. C, average. He's going to push Troy Anderson for that starting inside linebacker job, and push might be downselling it. He could be signed with the expectation of being the team's next starting linebacker. So I'll give it a C. I don't expect him to all of a sudden become like a Caden Ellis signing. We're like, wow, what a deal that was for Atlanta. Nicholas, next up. If the Falcons re-sign Judon, do you think he will be better with Jeff Ulbrich defensive scheme compared to last year's? The defensive scheme thing is always a little tough because good coordinators adjust their scheme to their personnel. They don't try and take guys from one scheme and force them into their scheme. When that happens, you usually see examples like Nathaniel Hackett, where it just doesn't work. So I don't want to say for certainty yes, because I'm not even sure what Ulbrich's scheme is going to look like in Atlanta. But as long as it does not include Judon dropping 20 yards in coverage, yeah, I think he's probably going to be a bit more successful if he re-signs with Atlanta. Nicholas, thank you so much for your super chat. Mr. Haha, I'm not getting got. We have a few more supers to catch up on. Phoenix, you're thinking of Trey Harris, the Ole Miss wide receiver. I think he's going to be a really good second-round pick for a team. He's not going to go round one. He missed a little bit of time last year at Ole Miss, but I think Harris is going to be a really fun pick for a team in day 2 of the draft. Mr. Haha, $9.38. $17.38. Yo, PD, per Rappaport, Kirk Cousins traded for Bosa and Bozeman. Look on, we got it. I'm not even going to look at my phone for this one, Mr. Haha. First off, Bradley Bozeman signed with the Chargers just this morning after some time in Carolina. And Bosa is not on the team anymore, so not getting me with this one. You guys will always have the Young Wei Koo on me. That I did sink my teeth into for like 5 minutes. Steven Vasquez from our Browns channel. With the Dalvin Tomlinson release, could the Browns trade back, get Mason Graham instead of going QB in the first? I could see the Browns trading back. I don't know if Mason Graham is the guy I would target, but I could see the Browns going with that direction because Graham is an awesome specimen of an athlete at the defensive tackle position, and you are seeing teams really covet interior linemen that can rush the quarterback. Thing with Graham is, I don't believe he is this like future pass rushing stud of a defensive tackle. I think he's got some good moves to his game, but I don't think he's going to be like, I'm not saying Aaron Donald because that's too high of a statute, but like when I say Aaron Donald, I mean like a great pass rusher at the defensive tackle position. I think Graham's going to be, 8-year starter for a team and be great, excellent against the run, have some pass rushing flashes, but I don't believe a defensive tackle with their first pick in back-to-back drafts is the best way to correct a 3-win team from a season prior. I'd rather go a different direction than Mason Graham. All right, quick reminder, though, over at Fanatics, chatsports.com/Fanatics has 25% off sales right now for a bunch of great merchandise. So if you want to get some shirts or some hats or some sweatshirts for your favorite team, I could use a jacket right now. I can feel the temperature dropping. Yeah, I'm not being a pussy. I can really start to feel because when you first walk in the studio in the morning, it's not bad at all. For some reason, around 1 to 2 o'clock, someone just switches on the AC, and they want to get icicles in here. So I did bring a jacket today. I could not be in a polo or short sleeve shirt yesterday again. Okay, Reed, you want to give some shout outs? I just got to catch up on some messages here.
All right. What do we got going on here? I will show it in a little bit, but I do have a little deal for all three of you guys. What's up, Boomsticks from Falcons Today? In Falcons, we got Mr. Haha, Wyoming Shooter, James, Nicholas, Archangel, JC, Damon. In the Broncos, we got Phoenix, The One, Bo Nix, Prod, Colin, Crypto, Bash, The One, and then in Cleveland, we got Jersey, Oren, Lit, The Quags, Jake Heat, Cleveland. We got DKA with a $5 super chat. Let me throw that up there for you, DKA. And then we got Jake Heat, Cleveland Fan 1990, Jermeal, The Quags in here. We got 269 viewers on Browns, 221 on Broncos, 346 on Falcons. So I will show the updated numbers for the Super Chat and like battles that we have, just like yesterday, if you guys were here yesterday. And then I have a little bit of a deal and a surprise for you guys. So stay tuned for that. You guys might like that. Might be fun. Who knows? AFX saying Stetson Bennett, get out of here. Stetson Bennett stinks out loud. Robert, what's going on? AFX is in the Atlanta Falcons chat saying Stetson Bennett.
All right, I'm back. I see a few more super chats came in. Do you want to throw the super chat total up in a moment after reading these supers? I want to talk Broncos for just a moment here because for everyone watching, Falcons and Browns fans, remember this sentence during your fantasy football drafts. Take the Denver Broncos as your fantasy defense. Adding Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga does two things for first the Broncos and then from a fantasy implication just so everyone can kind of feel included. From a Broncos perspective, their two weak points last year were safety opposite of Brandon Jones and just the injuries and the lack of, I wouldn't say playmaking abilities from the linebacker position because Barton did make some plays, but always looking to do a little bit better was the linebacker position. And they made two, I think, terrific signings with Hufanga and Greenlaw. So Broncos defense stock, which was already great last year, it was suspect when it went up against some good NFL offenses, but those two holes were filled with all-pro, Pro Bowl talent kind of guys. I think Denver's defense is going to be top 3 in the league next year. So if you're looking for a sleeper fantasy defense, and it may not even be a sleeper, the Orange Crush, I think, is back in Denver. And for a team that led the NFL in sacks last year, they keep all of their pass rushers. They're all young. They're all ascending. And then they just go out and add, an all-pro safety and a great middle linebacker to roam the field. I'm struggling to see the downside for these two signings other than injury concerns, but I just think their ceiling is worth the risk for those signings. So I think Denver's defense is going to be super impressive next year after an already very impressive year. DKA, do you see the Browns retaining Elijah Moore or getting a free agent such as Tyler Boyd or Lockett and a wide receiver in the draft? I don't think they're going to bring back Elijah Moore. If Darius Slayton got 3 years, $39 million, there's no reason why Elijah Moore can't get at least $20 million. And I don't think the Browns are going to swing for a $20 million contract for Moore. So I'm thinking Moore is probably leaving. But if no one has interest in him, then sure, I could see the Browns re-signing him to a $5 million contract. As for like Boyd or Lockett would kind of fit the mold of receivers they've gone after in free agency. Jakeem Grant, Marquise Goodwin. Neither one worked out because of injuries, but Lockett's old. His biggest strength was always his go route, his speed, and that's fading with it. So maybe Boyd. That could make a little bit more sense than I'd say Lockett. DKA, thank you for your super chat. Yes, we did. We might as well have traded for Stetson Bennett. The channel would have been deleted if the Browns traded for Stetson Bennett. I'd go on sabbatical. I'd go into rehab. I'd go hang out with Charlie Sheen in Malibu, and I'd be out if Stetson Bennett got traded to the Browns. He is the worst. Stetson Bennett is my Toby Flenderson. Dalton, Dalton's back. Dalton, everyone give Dalton a round of applause yesterday, by the way. He put together a performance that we've never quite seen on the Broncos breakdown. Do you think the Broncos will draft a wide receiver? If so, what round? Round 5 or 6. I think Sean Payton has liked that he has always been pretty good at finding receivers in day 3 of the draft. So, Troy Franklin, Devon Bailey last year are 2 examples. I think it'll be a day 3 pick. Dalton, good question. Thank you yet again. Bowing down to you for the legendary performance you put up yesterday. Oh, Robert, I didn't mean to blue ball you or shortchange you. Also, almost, if not equally as impressive as what Dalton did. Actually, I think Robert might have been like Jordan to Dalton's Pippen. Browns doing free agent negotiations at midnight explains a lot. I heard a funny joke, by the way. It's like a good NFL joke. It was like, on the bright side, Deshaun Watson loved the Kenny Pickett trade. Because Pickett's got those small hands. Yeah. But yeah, the Browns, I think Andrew Berry takes pleasure as that was not a bug. Andrew Berry takes pleasure out of forcing people to do work at midnight as his way of getting back to people bashing him for whatever he does during the season. He's going to make sure, because Cornelius Lucas, the tackle they signed, was not going anywhere from midnight to 8 a.m. Another super chat from Mr. Haha on our Falcons channel. Thanks to everyone who is hanging out with us for day 2 of free agency. I know day 1 is where all the fireworks are, but day 2 is where the real ones are. You guys are loyal, and you guys are in it for the long haul. Mr. Dalton, Mr. Robert, ready to go dollar for dollar with Mr. Haha. I'm just the messenger. I feel like an arbitrator right now. You want to throw the super chat totals up? Because Mr. Haha is looking for blood right now. He wants a dance partner. Mr. Haha is like Brady Kachuk right now. He wants to find someone to drop the gloves with and tussle with. Let's see if he finds someone. If Jeremy Stallman's here, he'll find a dance partner with him. So right now, Mr. Haha almost single-handedly has put the Falcons in first place in Super Chats, with the Browns in second and the Broncos in third right now. But the like battle we can look at in just a moment. Not quite the same. So it's fun to see a different level of competition between Super Chats and likes. Let's see. What are you guys saying in the chat? Let's get everyone involved right now. Yeah, here's the like battle too. So Falcons winning 2 golds right now. And Broncos and Browns is neck and neck. So that one is up for grabs at the moment. Where was I? Oh. Phoenix in our Broncos chat. How about Caleb Johnson at the Iowa running back? Caleb Johnson's my second favorite running back in this draft class. I think he's going to be a faster David Montgomery. I think this running back class is going to go down as one of the best running back classes in the last 15 years in the draft. I know that is a high bar, but I think it's capable of doing that. So Johnson out of Iowa, he averaged nearly 6 yards a carry in a Iowa offense that never passed the ball effectively. So he went up against 8-man boxes every single time, and all eyes were on Genty, but don't sleep on the Hawkeye running back. Yeah, Rusty with his pair of super chats. Cappy, good hockey shot out there, Petey. Love Brady Tkachuk with the Ottawa Senators. After the first USA-Canada game, this is the most impulse buy. I immediately went out and bought a Brady Tkachuk jersey, but like a Four Nations one. They didn't have a just pure dedicated Team USA one, but I just still wanted to support Tkachuk. Rusty from our Broncos stream, if Denver signs Evan Ingram, do you think they would potentially still draft Colston Loveland if available? Yes, I don't think an Ingram signing would dramatically alter their draft plan. I think an Ingram signing could provide insurance if they were not able to get Loveland because he goes before pick number 20. So I don't think Ingram coming to Denver potentially then goes, all right, we're good at tight end now. We can focus our attention elsewhere. What it could possibly do is if it really comes down to we love Colston Loveland and Caleb Johnson equally. There's 100 people in this room, and we're split 50-50. Having Ingram might be a slight tiebreaker, but that would require it to truly be split down the middle. Rusty, thank you for your super chat. I saw another one from Robert come in. Careful, I'm ready to talk smack for a while. I also might try to steal Chat Sports Broncos host. Robert, I think he's still my job, actually. Hit up James Yoder, as James Harper wants a word with Mr. Haha. But the Chat Sports family always looking to expand, so would love to have you aboard, Robert. I don't know if the wolf icon would work, though, because this is a company where you got to put your name with your takes. But, Robert, appreciate all of your support as always. James Harper, ladies and gentlemen, $50 super chat coming in from the Browns Report. Just got here what I missed. James, that's actually a perfect transition. Let's recap a little bit of the Joe Tryon, what was his last name already? Shoyinka news. The Browns signed a first-round pick from 2021 out of Washington by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. He's an outside linebacker. I am excited to see what Jim Schwartz does with him because I don't think he's going to just step into Cleveland and resume as an outside linebacker. I would not rule out the Browns going, we think you might project best as a defensive end. So don't rule that out as a possibility. But Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, he's been widely available for his entire NFL career. That's always a nice pro to see in free agency. You don't want to sign someone who you never actually get to see on the field much at all. 5 sacks, though, is his single-season career high coming in 2023. Has never really had a big, habit of impact plays, takeaways, sacks, right? He's been pretty middle of the road. So you get what you pay for here. You're paying $4.5 million. You're going to get $4.5 million play out of Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, but not a big surprise from Andrew Berry's history that he goes after a former first-round draft pick. He likes to find those former highly drafted players and see if he can bring that potential out of them that people saw back when they were first selected. So that is the latest on the Cleveland Browns. It is their third offseason acquisition. They traded for Kenny Pickett yesterday. Then in the middle of the night, they signed offensive tackle Cornelius Lucas from Washington to provide some depth and also to provide a little bit more ease with the possibility of Jack Conklin or DeJuan Jones missing time. Lucas has played left and right tackle. James Hudson, who had that role for the last couple of years, left in free agency for the Giants. Good for him. He got $11 million from New York. Way more money than I ever thought he would get because he wasn't even a good swing tackle, and the Giants paid him to be almost a starting tackle. So Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, welcome to Cleveland. Mr. Ha-Ha replies with a 50 bomb of his own. Add another 0 to your donation, Mr. Robert. Mr. Harper, welcome to the competition. By the way, is that Darth Vader in his picture? No, it kind of looks like it. I think it might just be because it's small on my monitor. But Mr. Ha-Ha coming out of left field, and the guy is looking for someone to fight with. He is just a drunk Canadian at the bar who wants to get into a scrap. And as a viewer of this, there's nothing more exciting. You know what my top 5 biggest pet peeve is? When you're watching baseball game, football, and a fight breaks out and the broadcast goes, and they always say the exact same thing. Ready? Oh, you never want to see this. Yeah, I do. I love watching fights in sports. It's the best. There's nothing worse when the broadcast just pussifies it and they're like, oh, no, this is not what we want to see. We want to see the players play. Well, come on, guys. Stop fighting. Shut up and turn this into a WWE brawl. There is nothing better than when a batter gets hit, takes a second, and charges the mound. That's an all-time feeling right there. Cortland Finnegan, Andre Johnson, put that shit on repeat. I love fights in sports. It's the best thing to watch. Updated Super Chat battle numbers right here. All right. James Harper with a $100 Super Chat. And this has turned into Kendrick and Drake. Jacory with a $50 Super Chat from Falcons Today to put Atlanta back in the lead. We have a shootout. It's Big 12 football right now, and I'm watching Texas Tech and Oklahoma State go after it on a Friday night in the middle of October.
So I was just about to show. I talked about a deal.
Uh-huh.
This is my deal. Whichever channel wins the Super Chat battle, I will put the gear on that channel's gear, and I'll do a beer boot.
I love it.
So there's more at stake. Producer
there we go.
Reed will do a beer boot in the winning channel's gear.
There we go. You said there were some surprises.
I did have a little
This is a great surprise. So right now it is Falcons Today, who was third yesterday in Super Chats, in the driver's seat right now. We'll throw all these Super Chats on screen once more. Obviously, thank you guys for your support of the channel. I know it's kind of fun and competitive, but I don't want to get lost how grateful I am for you guys here. And I also don't want to lose sight of what we're here for, which is free agency. So we're going to get back to the news a little bit, but I don't know. When there's no signings, it can get a little dry just to be like, all right, let's just keep saying the same things over and over and over again. So Dolphin X, love the Browns, breaking hearts with their records, spraining tonsils with their names. I don't get the last part. Oh, like tough pronunciation. Okay. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Dolphin X. That's a good way to put it. Dolphin, thank you for all of your supers throughout the week so far. And then James Harper calling out by name. Guy's not fucking around. Means business. He is here not to play. It's war. It is Anchorman, Vince Vaughn's crew versus the Anchorman crew. Let's go, James Harper. Thank you for your super as always. Some other super chats that came in. We're going to get to them all. Don't worry whatsoever. Jacory with a $50 super chat on Falcons Today. What should be the first pick in the draft for the Falcons, cornerback or defensive end? If Will Johnson's there, it's Will Johnson. If he's not there, it's the best defensive end. If I had to predict right now, my gut tells me, and someone record this please, or set a reminder and come back to me in April. I'm feeling Mykel Williams. I'm in between three names. Mike Green, Mykel Williams, and Shamir Stewart. Dolphin X. But Jacory, I'm thinking it's going to be defensive end. And I think that's a very good path to go down. I just think that even if Will Johnson were to be there, they cannot ignore pass rusher in round one again. And they're not satisfying this in free agency. So unless they trade for Trey Hendrickson, which they could trade for Trey and still go edge rusher and just double dip, I think it's going to be Mykel Williams or The two other names, if I had to swap those out, would be Mike Green and Shamir Stewart. Ja'Cory, thank you for the super. Zach's vocal analysis. Any smoke to the Twitter rumblings that the Falcons are shopping Algier? I have not seen a ton of substantial, legitimate rumors that Algier could be shopped. I don't know why any team would trade for Algier. It's a tremendous running back draft class. Why give up a pick for a guy who has 1 year left on his contract when you can use that pick on a young running back with 4 years left on a contract? So I don't think Atlanta is looking to trade Algier, and I don't think a team would give up a valuable pick for Algier when they could use that pick on a running back. So I'm going to say no, Zach, but I really appreciate the super chat. Dolphin X from the Browns Report with a $50 super chat. Say Drake.
It's Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, I'm not that big of a boomer.
Say Drake.
Oh, that part, I see. Yeah. Okay. That was pretty chills, too. And Carlos with a 200 peso super chat. What's going on? That's a first-time peso super chat for me, actually. I love this, James Harper and Dolphin X taking on Mr. Haha. I think Mr. Haha probably is laying in the grass right now, and he's going to come out with a monster super chat just to eliminate any momentum. Yep. Yeah, you do that when it comes to foreign currencies. Carlos Manuel. Am I getting got? Broncos chat today signs Joey Bosa. No, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. Nice try. I think Joey Bosa, I said this yesterday, is going to be a San Francisco 49er. I said that yesterday, and after the release of Leonard Floyd, I'll double down. Joey Bosa, you are a 49er. We'll throw the last couple of super chats on screen here. Yep, don't worry, Robert. I don't want to ignore your super chat at all. We're just kind of going in, I think, a rough chronological order of the super chats. But Carlos, 200 Mexican pesos. I took French in high school, so désolé. But Carlos Manuel Hayashi Abitia, I think I did pretty well right there. The Hayashi part seems a little Japanese. So Carlos, gracias. Thank you for your super chat, and hope you enjoy the coverage and have a good rest of the day hanging out with us. Michael Alejandre, Njoku to the Broncos for a second or third round pick. Well, we've got Broncos and Browns fans right here, so you guys can all discuss this idea. I don't think Cleveland's trading Njoku. Andrew Berry said after the season, we're not trading our cornerstone pieces. He did not flinch or blink when Myles Garrett requested a trade. I don't see why now he would trade the Chief. Also, it's a very good tight end draft class, so why trade for a 29-year-old tight end who's had some injury issues the last few years when you can just draft a 22 to 23-year-old tight end that has a cheap 4, maybe 5-year contract in front of them. So I would say unlikely that Denver trades for Njoku. They'd probably rather just sign Evan Ingram and not give up a very valuable pick. If Denver was hell-bent on, we need Njoku, and the Browns were willing to make a trade happen, it would probably be more like a 4th. Browns fans would want more. Everyone always wants a lot for their players, but you often don't get quite as much as you think in a trade. The Seahawks wanted a 1st and a 3rd for DK Metcalf. They settled for a 2nd. Michael, thank you for the super chat, though. Robert, it's a snow leopard, LOL. Also, come Wednesday, I predict we'll be next big wave of free agent signings. Cup to Denver, a dream. I saw the Broncos were a list of a few teams. Let me see the other teams real quickly. Hold the phone. Hold the line. Hold the door. Okay, ready? This is from The Athletic. Diana Rossini, I believe. Patriots, Steelers, Chiefs, Broncos. Possible Cooper Kupp landing spots. Let's rule out Pittsburgh because they just got DK Metcalf. Patriots are still looking for a wide receiver. I think Kupp to New England has a very good chance. Patriots have spent $285 million so far in free agency. So do they want to spend a little bit more? Maybe, maybe not. Kansas City brought back Marquise Brown, but they may be feeling like, oh, Xavier Worthy could get suspended. Rashee Rice is injured and also could be suspended. Yeah, we might want to add a second receiver because Travis Kelce is no longer a dependable wide receiver one, which he was a wide receiver one for them. So could come down to Denver and Kansas City. Imagine if the Broncos were like, well, just to prevent the Chiefs from signing Kupp, we'll sign him. Not a dream, but what's a step below a dream? Maybe like a reach school when you're applying to colleges. Like, you don't want to put all your eggs in going to Syracuse, but it's not impossible. It's not Harvard. So that's where I'll stage it right now, Robert. Robert, thank you for your support. We got a few other supers, like another Mr. Ha Ha $50 super chat. Like how Outkast said at the Source Awards, the South got something to say. I love this little civil war right now going, just from a pure, like, sit back, popcorn, watch these people duke it out, because I got to envision this is what the modern version of going to the Coliseum is like. We're not doing gladiator fights anymore, but I've got YouTube commenters going at one another. It's 2v1 right now. It is Dolphin and James Harper against Mr. Ha Ha. And right now, Mr. Ha Ha is looking for some reinforcements. Meanwhile, I feel like the Broncos channel, it's almost as if like the Axis and the Allies going on, and the Broncos stream has just become a little bit of France of like, we're going to contribute when we can. So here's the updated Super Chat battle. It's still a slight lead for the Falcons. Browns in second and the Broncos in a distant third. But remember, yesterday, Denver was in a distant third for much of the time, and they put together an insane rally at the end. It was some college baseball World Series shit. So, whichever channel wins the Super Chat battle today, Reed is going to do a beer boot for that channel. Any other signings? Not that I've seen. Oh, no. One just happened. Tyrann Mathieu returning to New Orleans. The Honey Badger staying in the Big Easy, re-signing with the Saints. So that's one free agency move right there. Yesterday, it was a machine gun. Just one after another. You could hardly keep up with it. Today, slow down. All right. Yeah, I saw a few other super chats come in. One from the Broncos stream, one from the Falcons stream. See, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. Any chance Denver signs a free agent tight end and then moves up for Genty? I won't say no to this. I think it's got a chance. I wonder how far you have to move up for Genty, though. It's just not an overly first-round grade littered draft class. So I wouldn't be shocked if Genty doesn't escape the top 10, which on the channel for the last 2 months or so, I was like, listen, guys, the draft is full of unpredictability. Don't kill the idea of Genty falling to 20. It always felt like a little bit of a long shot, but now it's becoming more and more of a long shot based on the buzz and the word on the street. So same goes for Tyler Warren. If they feel like we're not going to be able to get Warren, we can get a good tight end in free agency, but we can't get a good running back in free agency, then sign Ingram and try to move up to get Genty, but that would require a big trade up, I think, from 20. I'm talking future first-round draft pick big. The Bears went from 20 to 11 to get Justin Fields, and that cost him a future first. I got to think Genty could be in that same range of being picked. And would you want to give up 2 firsts for Ashton Genty? That's what it would basically come down to. I'll ask everyone watching right now, would you give up first-round pick this year, of course, and then first-round pick next year for Ashton Genty? I think he's going to be terrific. But that's definitely a little bit steep. Definitely a conversation to have. Ryan, thank you for your super. Penix Pumpers highlights. What would you as Falcons GM in What would you do as a Falcons GM in free agency, draft, or trade? And all three? I'll answer all three. So we'll start with free agency. We'll start with a clean slate, too. Josh Sweat signed for under $20 million a year. That's not a horrible contract right there. I could have kicked the tires on that one. I don't know how much of a chance you really had to bring in Khalil Mack. It seemed like he wanted to stay put in LA. It never seemed like there was a very big home run signing to be had at the edge rusher position of free agency. But I wish they made maybe more of a move for some of the mid guys that weren't too expensive but had some high ceilings. Baron Browning, Malcolm Kuntz, just to name a few right there. But I got to be honest, in free agency, if you're trying to satisfy your pass rushing need, it probably wasn't going to happen. Asante Samuel is my number one free agent target right now for Atlanta. In the draft, you'd have to go the other direction then. It's got to be a pass rusher. It just has to be. So, Michael Williams from Georgia, he has not shown enough production. He's shown a good amount of production, but not a ton. And I think that's how he could fall to 15. But he's an incredible athlete. We did not test the combine, but, the tape speaks for itself. He played through an ankle injury for much of last year. I'm not interested in Shamir Stewart from A&M. I don't care how good of an athlete he is. This is football, not track. And Mike Green had tons of production. There are some character concerns, like he's been accused of sexual assault twice. So that's going to require a lot of homework, which pre-draft you always feel like that won't be an issue. There were a lot of character concerns around George Pickens. That is an issue. So this stuff does come back to haunt you if you just completely ignore it. And then trade, it's got to be Trey Hendrickson. He's the best affordable, not even just affordable, but best available pass rusher on the market. Penix, thank you very much for the super. We got another super chat. Jacory helping out Mr. Ha-Ha from Falcons today with a 50 bomb. Today, we are winning that challenge. I love it, Jacory. I love the competitiveness right now between all three fan bases. And Falcons today has definitely put themselves in the driver's seat with a comfortable lead at the moment over the Browns report and the Broncos breakdown. But I'm not sleeping on Denver. After yesterday, we all learned our lesson. Don't count them out. Dingus from Broncos breakdown, do you think we will actually trade for anyone? No, I thought if they were going to trade for anyone, it might have been a linebacker like Jermaine Pratt, since all the good ones were signed. But that's not happening because they just signed Dre Greenlaw. There's no one to trade for on defense unless you're looking for depth. I mean, not many people forecasted like a John Franklin Myers trade last year. I didn't. So those things do pop up. Offensively, not trading for a running back. If anything, an offensive trade could happen mid-draft, where if Denver's like, we want to get this running back, and if he's taken by the time around the clock, plan B is to trade for Travis Etienne from the Jags. But we first want to try and get Caleb Johnson from Iowa. So appreciate the question, though, Dingus. Cam Sky Trucking. I've been at work. Anything I missed for ATL? First off, Cam Sky Trucking, are you a trucker and are you driving right now? If there are any truckers driving right now, let me know, because to kind of bridge the gap between signings, I like to just guess where truckers are and what state they're in. So don't tell me what state you're in, but it's kind of a fun game for everyone to play. As for any Atlanta moves, no. They signed Divine Diablo this morning from the Raiders to be an inside linebacker. Him and Troy Anderson will compete for the starting gig, but that's about it. Leonard Floyd was released, as Mark points out. That's a name I'm interested in. I think that could be a very good target for the Falcons. He's not going to cost you very much. He comes off an 8.5 sack season. Of course, went to Georgia, played for the Bulldogs, so a nice return for him maybe to end his career. He was a 2016 first-round draft pick. He's coming up in the twilight days of his NFL career. I could definitely get on board with a Floyd signing, Mark. I think there's a reason why he was released. It was to make room for Joey Bosa. But the only thing is they couldn't find a trade. Maybe they didn't have time for a trade, and they just wanted to move on from Floyd so they can get Bosa in before someone else signs Joey Bosa.
I I have a new graphic.
Okay, let's see it.
This is just shows the total.
Yeah.
Of everything that's going on. So let's see.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. So this is.
Don't get it lost, by the way, on Reed and I's impossible to express gratitude and just complete shell shockness of the support you guys show us.
Amazing. It's so much fun.
It's a ton
I can't
of
believe
fun.
This is our job.
And if you're unable to super chat, also never get it lost that you do not have to super chat. Liking the video is completely free, and that is just as good.
We have a like battle as well.
Yep. So those are some of the updated figures right there. I see a handful of supers flying in. We'll get those on screen for everyone here. Mr. Haha is invading the Browns Report chat right now. So it's a full-blown war between Atlanta and Cleveland. Liam, Giants fan here, would you please not take a QB? In the draft, Liam? Dude, I'm with you. I don't want the Browns to take a quarterback in the draft. I think the Giants are going to get Aaron Rodgers, and I think they... So here's the tough thing. If they take Aaron Rodgers, does Joe Shane feel comfortable enough with Rodgers to win enough games where Shane won't get fired and he can pick who he really wants to pick? And if that's the case, I got to admit, while I don't think it's probably going to result in wins, on paper, Aaron Rodgers, Malik Neighbors, and Travis Hunter would be a really fun trio. Probably not going to go as well as people think, but it's going to put butts in seats. And that might be something the Giants could appreciate right now. But if Shane feels insecure about his job security, despite signing Rodgers, and feels like I got to draft a rookie so that they keep me here for at least 2 years for the rookie, then he hopes that Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward falls to number 3. Liam, hope you're enjoying Giants Now with Marshall Green, by the way, at Chat Sports. Unreal. Jacory with a $100 super chat from Falcons Today to extend the lead. Last one, Mr. Haha, you got to take over. Jacory, you have done more than your fair share. Thank you. Bow down to Jacory. Wow, what an impressive performance by Jacory. Thank you. Trucker Mike's here. Trucker Mike is here. Trucker Mike, are you on the road? If so, I want to play the game. Jacory, everyone spam Jacory in the chat. Show the man some love. Putting Falcons Today all the way up to 451. We had some other super chats we're not going to forget. Matt, how dope was the Broncos' first day of signing, dude? It was a great first day of free agency for Denver. The teams that popped up the most in free agency grades day one, the Patriots, the Bears, they made some good signings. I think they made some overpays. The Bears signed a defensive end no one's even heard of to a lot of money. The Broncos just signed 2 great starting all-pro caliber players for affordable contracts. I think Denver, pound for pound, best day in free agency yesterday. Taylor Vaughn, insider information, Azeez Ojulari bought a house in Atlanta. He is from there. So, don't know if this is quite the news you think it is, but maybe it has some legs to it. Don't think I'm going to, rule it out completely. Taylor, though, thank you for all of your super chats and super thanks. Mr. Haha, a little tickle as I invade the Browns chat right now. Join me in invasion, dirty birds. Mr. Haha, first off, the amounts the super chats are coming in are noteworthy. $8 increments right now. But also, the passion and dedication. I've never seen a bigger Falcons fan that treats the Browns like the Saints. So, Mr. Haha, love the journey you're on right now as you are just taking on the whole world by yourself, calling for reinforcements. Moses tuning in from our Broncos breakdown channel. Luther Burden, Omarion Hampton, Ferguson, and Fannin Broncos draft. I don't like Luther Burden. Yeah, I'm going to say it. Big step back in production this past year. You can place some of that on the quarterback issues that Mizzou had. No, I just don't think. My favorite receiver in this draft class is Matthew Golden from Texas. I think Matthew Golden from Texas is going to be like a second-round pick. Actually, I think he's going to be a first-round pick. But if he falls to round 2, I think he's going to end up like a DK Metcalf, a Deebo Samuel receiver where you're like, how did he go round 2? Or A.J. Brown. I think Golden is going to be the best receiver from this 2025 NFL draft class. As for Omarion Hampton, I just like Caleb Johnson more, but they're both bruising backs. And then Harold Fannin from Bowling Green's getting a lot of attention right now. I'm still doing a little bit of research on the tight end class beyond Colston Loveland and Tyler Warren. So I'll have a better answer for you as we get closer to April on those guys, Moses. But thank you for the super chat, and, love the ideas altogether. Always put together something you think could be fun. Carlos with a 200 peso super chat. With the signings of Diablo and of Anderson, Robert, and if Anderson stays healthy, don't you think they could use Caden Ellis a little more as a pass rusher or blitzer? And they are probably expecting for Braylon Trice to have an impact as a pass rusher. So lots of good points you raise here, Carlos. If Anderson stays healthy, which maybe they feel like he's just not recovering well, and that's why this signing was made, then you do have 3 guys for one job. And I think Ellis is too good to just rotate. And if he does become a bit of an outside backer, it's at a rotation. And I don't like that for him. Because while he did have some big pass rushing plays last year, I don't think he's going to fare well if he permanently hangs out in the deep end. I think he can dabble in there, a little splash of pass rusher here and there. But a true every down outside linebacker, not so sure about that. I think you are biting off more than he can chew. So I wonder if this Diablo signing is a reflection of Anderson's injuries and just wanting more speed at linebacker. As for Braylon Trice, I sure hope they have high expectations for him. They took him in the 3rd round last year. That was the first pass rusher they took after taking Penix in round 1. So, they better have sky-high expectations for him because they're banking on him. I don't. I think that's asking too much of what I think is going to be a rookie. First time really getting some NFL game experience in 2025. I'm not going to ask for a rookie 3rd-round pick to put up 6 or more sacks. That's unfair to him. Carlos, thank you. Gracias. Appreciate you tuning in. Robert with a $50 super chat from our Broncos Breakdown channel. Mr. Haha can take the Browns chat sports. You guys are just pushing me out altogether. Mr. Haha would want to take, I think, the Falcons chat sports gig. I'll take Broncos. Does someone take Falcons chat sports? Maybe put names for Broncos to look out for in free agency and in the draft. Well, that was yesterday's video, Robert. Well, yesterday's video was supposed to be free agent targets, and then they signed Dre Greenlaw during the video, which if you watched our Dre Greenlaw breakdown video, at the very end, you watched me in real time find out, they signed Dre Greenlaw. So I kind of got cucked in that regard. But the tough thing, though, I will say when it comes to remaining free agent targets is the shelf life is so short because I put together 10 names, and the video's been out for 2 hours, and 3 of those names have been signed. And then there's nothing that annoys me more, though, when I explicitly say, and now that I'm going to tell people this, they're going to do it just to get under my skin. When I explicitly say at the beginning of the video when this video was filmed, and then news breaks after that point in time, and people try to clown me in the comment section, people get really passionate. They're like, can you take some pride in your job, dude? This guy got signed already. I'm like, I said at the start, we're filming this Monday at 5 p.m. If it goes out Tuesday morning and he was signed Monday at 9 p.m., what do you want me to do? Just never make a video in case someone gets signed? That, honestly, this sounds like a weird fetish. I don't mind when people are an asshole to me in the chat because that comes to the territory of living online as a living. You got to have thick skin if you're going to be any kind of creator online. And if you go back and forth with people in the chat who are mean to you, you're just in the wrong line of work. But when I say this was done here and people get so up in arms, it's like, I guess this won't make content for tomorrow then, because it's going to get dated potentially, and then everyone's going to get pissed off. That's like my one bugaboo. Mr. Robert, though, or Robert2424, thank you to you and your Snow Leopard for all of your support on the channel. I mean, you are carrying the Broncos channel right now, putting the team on your back. Sutton on my face. What's going on? Is it Cam Sutton or Cortland Sutton? I think it's Cortland Sutton. Is it clear how serious Loveland's shoulder injury was? Does the injury make you iffy on picking him up in the draft? Go Broncos. You know, I got to be honest, Sutton. I had no concern really. And then when I got to the combine and he had a huge brace, you know, like the sling where they put like a little pad right here? That's a big boy one. That's a scary looking one. So I did find related but unrelated. Terry Fontenot for the Falcons, the GM, was asked, hey, what do you value most in the combine? Medical information, meetings, or the 40-yard dash? And Fontenot did not waste any time by saying, well, first off, medical. That's what the combine is for these guys, almost not entirely about, but a lot of it is they get to get complete medical breakdowns on all the players. So coming out of the combine, I did not hear a ton of concern over Loveland's shoulder injury, but teams know by now what to be concerned about with that shoulder injury and the surgery he got on it late in the year. Sutton on my face, all-time name. Thank you very much for the super chat. Let's get a quick 2 claps for this all-time name. 1, 2. Oh, it's he's him. Do you guys want to hear some drama? We're in between. How about this? He's him. Let's let everyone watching be the jury. So he's him and I were emailing last night. I was up late making a video for the signing. He's him. I don't know how to describe the relationship we have, because he talks a lot of shit, which I just said 10 minutes ago. I don't really care about that stuff. He emails me some weird stuff every so often saying how much he hates me and loathes me. So I'm like, well, if you really hate me this much, I don't know why you keep watching. He won a raffle in November. I said email me. He did not email me for a while. Then he said, can I get my raffle winnings? And I said, sure. Send me your address. He did not respond for weeks. He emails me again asking for it. And I said, yes, I need your address. I cannot send something. I don't know where it's going. That was all in November, December. 2 days ago, he emails me with the address. Finally, I go to send him what he won. That item is no longer available. I found a replacement option and said, I can't find that anymore. I can give you this. He got up in arms over it. And I told him, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I asked for your address twice. You waited 4 months to give it to me. I'm sorry the item is no longer available. This is not some major corporation. I'm doing my absolute best here. A two-man band with Reed now. I used to be a one-man band before Reed joined last year. You took 4 months to send me your address. The item's no longer available. I didn't say you're just not getting anything. I found a replacement, and he's like, no. So you guys decide. Also reset the L3. Uh-oh. Who's in the wrong here? Me or he's him? I don't know what more I could have done in this situation. I truly did everything I could. So, what's
news.
We got news?
We got news.
I don't see any news. I got no news. What's the news? We're waiting for news. Oh, I was looking at Twitter. Okay, 1 second. What's this news? I see. What are you talking about? Just say it out loud. I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Well, I thought it was Patrick Picard, but we have other news. Pass rusher Anthony Nelson back to the Bucs.
Okay.
But I thought we had Patrick Ricard.
Yeah.
But I was duped by our own employee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thanks, Joel. Joel said W, Matthew Peterson, and Reed.
Joel. Appreciate it, Joel.
Browns.
So he's him. The offer still stands. I can send you the replacement. I asked it. That's what I wanted to resolve this situation with. Instead, he's emailing me at 12:30 in the morning. I'm responding to, so I don't know what else I can do to remedy the problem. He's him. I don't steal prizes. I can't give prizes that I don't know where they're going. Next time, don't take 4 months when I ask twice for an address. Yeah. I would say I'd be in the wrong if I was like, hey, this deal expired. You never got back to me in time. You're shit out of luck. That'd be like a crummy thing to do because there's nothing worse than getting a gift card and it expires really quickly. One time I went to Omaha for the College World Series. I got a Great Clips gift card there, and I use Great Clips. I don't really care too much about expensive haircut. It expired within a month. A month. You had a month to get a haircut. I went to my Great Clips here. I gave it to them. He's like, expired. I'm like, I just got it. Matty Ghost signing another injury-printed experimental linebacker. Yay. Can we throw up Diablo's all-time name, by the way, stats really quickly? Because the injury thing is not false. I think it might be overblown a little, right? You guys can tell me if I'm wrong here, but it's not like he's missed a substantial amount of time. You know what I mean? Like, he's missed time. I'm not trying to, sugarcoat it, but I don't know if it's like this injury plagued forever. All right, we're trying to get the Diablo stats up. A couple of supers flew in just a moment ago, so we're going to get those on screen for you. Robert, and yeah, by the way, there's probably a handful of people watching here right now. Like, raise your hand if you ever won something or gotten a giveaway before. It always gets to you. So, this is not like me trying to avoid sending him something. I'm trying. Oh, Fletcher's here. Sorry I'm late to the show. I really like the Pickett trade. The potential is there. You know what, Fletcher? How about this? Let's play a quick game. Who's out of the league first? Kenny Pickett or Will Levis? Reed says Kenny Pickett. Who is out of the league first? Pickett's a little older, so he could be out quicker. I think the question is, who gives better backup vibes? Who would embrace that role more? Because that's their future. I don't know if Levis gives me great backup vibes. I think Levis gives me better starter vibes. I'd rather have Will Levis as my starter than Kenny Pickett. But if they're both going to be backups, I think Pickett, for being a nice guy, could stick around a little bit longer. Although he was not even the best backup for the Eagles last year. I thought Tanner McKee was better. So, quickly could fall out. Heather says Levis. Fletcher, Will Levis is horrible. I don't know what the Titans were thinking. He sucked at Kentucky. But yeah, going back to Diablo super quick here, building off this last super chat saying injury-plagued player. Missed 3 games last year, he's missed 5 games total over the last 34 games. For the NFL, you're not going to find a ton of 100% attendance. So sure, missed a lot in 2022, of course, but played every game in 2021. I don't know if he can fall into like a chronically injured guy when the last 2 years he's been more or less very healthy. I think we can't compare it always to you have to play a full season to be deemed a healthy player. That's just not common enough. I think it's asking for probably a little bit too much. And that's coming from someone who preaches the best abilities availability. But I think we nitpick when it's like, oh, but he missed 2 games. All right. A lot of guys miss 2 games. So that seems like we're just trying to fuel our agenda more than anything else. Maddie, I can understand maybe just not liking the signing in general, but the injury part, I don't know about. Appreciate your super chat, though. We got a few more super chats to catch up on. 303 people tuned in with our Broncos stream, 170 likes, 330 watching with our Falcons stream, 216 likes. And on our Brown stream, we've got 263 people watching with 141 likes. Jesus is the way. I want the Browns to draft Trey Henderson in the second round. He would be a great locker room guy and a heck of a back. I just prefer Caleb Johnson, but if he's gone, then we have to find a plan C. And Henderson, I prefer over Judkins, not Ashton. So I can warm up to Henderson. I feel like maybe some of the production was taken away from last year, working in a tandem backfield. But when he gets to the NFL, if he's just kind of by himself, the production can really start to ramp up. So I can get on board with this one right here. Second round, pick 33, though. No, that's too early for me. I just think Johnson's going to be better. And if Johnson goes round 1, I'd rather find a running back with one of your third-round draft picks and maybe go offensive tackle in round 2. Try and find a long-term fix for either left or right tackle. An edge rusher, depending on what you do in round 1. Jackson Dart, maybe? We'll see. Jesus, thank you very much. Next super chat, I think we have one more. Oscar Juszczyk for the Joker role. When I saw Juszczyk was released, the first thing I did was quote tweet. I said, Bronco. Because I feel like with just 2 Niners coming over, what's one more? Plus, Sean Payton uses a fullback. Maybe he prefers to keep Burden over Juszczyk, but I don't think it's a 0% chance or far from it. I think Juszczyk could catch Denver's attention. Rose over at our Browns Report channel. I told my father about the Pickett trade last night. He's even more a Browns fan than me. I've never seen a man's face scrunch up so hard in my life. It's not that the Browns gave up a whole lot for Pickett. They gave up DTR, who was going to get cut. It's not even that the fifth is like, oh, I can't believe we gave up a 5th-round draft pick. It's just that they got a bad quarterback. And sure, they're going to add more quarterbacks, so it's not like he's just going to be anointed as the starter of a coronation for him at the end of free agency, but I never like adding bad players. And I just think Pickett's a bad player. So I'm not going to try and get all warm and fuzzy around it and look for the upside. I don't think he's good. Rose, I really appreciate your super chat, and I feel your dad's frustration. I don't see he's him anymore. Came in here to try and brainwash people to his side, I feel like. Whole story comes out, and now it's 0 dark 30 from him. We have been live for 2 hours so far. We've had one signing between the Browns, the Broncos, and the Falcons. It was an outside linebacker, Mr. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Former first-round pick by the Buccaneers, 32nd overall in 2021. Outside linebacker for Tampa. Never had more than 5 sacks in a single season for the Bucs. Comes to Cleveland on a cheap 1-year sub-$5 million contract. I'm not going to say I dislike the signing for how cheap it is, and adding some depth at a key pass rushing position is not a bad idea. I just don't think this is a big needle mover for me where I'm like, oh boy, the Browns are cooking. Let's put some laser beams on Andrew Berry's eyes. That does not follow after a Joe Tryon-Shoyinka signing. Oh, do we have some news? I saw, is it the news? We talked about this one. Yeah. And then I don't know who that is. I don't know who Darrynton Evans is. These are made-up names. I think they're testing us. I think they want to see if people are still following free agency. Never heard of Anthony Nelson before. $10 million, though. Good for Anthony. Yeah, if you got a 2-year, $10 million contract, ignore taxes for a second. What would be kind of the first big boy purchase you make with that?
Big boy purchase?
Yeah, not a house.
Oh.
That's like a little too much, I feel like. What's kind of the big first, like, I've always wanted this. I'm gonna go out and get it. A what?
A dog.
You know, dogs do not cost millions of dollars.
I know.
That's what you're, like, if you got $10 million, you're like, I'm going to go buy a dog now?
Yeah. It's the next thing on my list.
Why don't you just buy a dog right now?
Because there's complications.
But what complications are alleviated with a $10 million contract?
Well, since I have this job, I'd have to do like.
So in your eyes, you retire from this job with a $10 million contract?
No.
That I don't understand.
If I had more money, it'd be easier to, one, take care of the dog, because since I have this job, hours are weird, so I'd have to do like doggy daycare.
Makes sense. Okay.
So like I would be able to have like a monthly like.
Yeah. Okay. I get that part.
Sure. Amount of money to spend for the dog.
Yeah.
But that's just the next thing on my list.
Yeah.
And you said big boy, so that's like as I get older, you get a dog.
I thought you were gonna say a car or a boat.
I like my car.
You'd make a great NFL draft prospect, because I'm sure they get asked in meetings when they get teams like, so what are you going to spend money on? And it's kind of a test to see. And guys that say like something simple, they're like, that's a good guy right there.
Well,
that's not someone who's just here for the money.
I don't really need anything. So it's like, Miami Mac, I'd give $10,000 to the Browns chat as my first big boy purchase.
If I got $10 million, Mac, I'd ask you to start a YouTube channel so I could give you $10,000 in a super chat as well. I think I don't know what the biggest super chat amount is. I think it's 500. Like, I don't know what YouTube caps. So let's kind of recap a little bit, Reed, if we could, just the free agency tracker for the three teams. Talk about what all three teams we're tri-casting for right now, Browns, Broncos, and Falcons, have done. Okay, just take a sec. Yeah. Mr. Haha, it is 500. Okay. I like how Mr. Haha, by the way, knows the answer. That's probably the best person to ask, right? He's looked into it. There's what? Oh, I see. Yeah. Re-signing with the Ravens. All-time fullback. Landon, what chances do the Falcons have of trading for a tight end like Isaiah Likely? I don't think Isaiah Likely is going to get dealt anywhere. I think Mark Andrews is done in Baltimore. I think the Ravens could be looking to shop Andrews. That's a name to watch for. Broncos country, that could be a tight end that Denver trades for, but I just don't get the sense they want to trade for an older veteran player. I think they like what they're building through the draft, and they'd rather continue down that path. But maybe an Andrews possibility is too good to pass on, because he actually, despite starting the year horribly, ending the year horribly, the middle part was great for Andrews. So I could see teams lining up for some Mark Andrews trade offers. And I could see the Ravens going, it's time to hand the reins over to Isaiah Likely. Yep. Matthew Davis, Mark Andrews to Denver. Matthew is just speaking everything into existence. Joey Bosa to Denver. He wants the Broncos to do something. Lucas is Ford Raptor. My favorite, my all-time dream car, just a Rolls Royce. They're so cool. They're the coolest. I had a car for all of high school and college, and it just broke down when I moved to Dallas. So I'm a kind of sentimental guy, so I was sad to move on from it, and I always wanted a Jeep too. So I was like, I'll go get a Jeep, and then I went to the Jeep dealership, and I just liked my current car more, the Lincoln Corsair. It was cheaper, better mileage. I was like, this is a car for me. Call me B. Broncos are reportedly interested in Denzel Perryman. I'm not quite seeing that, but not saying you're wrong. These things are always pretty fluid. Oh, a $5 super chat on the Broncos stream. Okay. Okay. One thing I want to note here, a little specific to Atlanta, but it applies to other teams as well. You have to be cap compliant by the start of the new league year, which is tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time. So, the Falcons right now, before the Diablo contract info comes out, they had $10.5 million in cap space. Maybe about half of that goes away with Diablo, which you just got to be one penny above it. But teams want to have more flexibility. So there could be some more roster management coming in Atlanta. He's him with a $2 super chat. He's back. Aaron Rodgers, I think right now is on like an acid trip for 24 hours deciding between the Giants and the Steelers. If you're really just thinking about it objectively of like, if you're Aaron Rodgers, where can I go to have the most success? I don't know how you could pick the Giants over the Steelers. I mean, the Giants are just a bit of a dumpster fire. And that's coming, like, the Browns don't have a lot to speak on or stand on themselves, but the Giants aren't very far behind. Cleveland's picking second. New York's picking third. And while not everyone here likes the Steelers, they win a whole lot more than New York does. So I wonder if it's a little bit of Rodgers maybe just not wanting to either. I'm thinking one of two things. Rodgers might not want to leave New York after just getting there for the Jets. Also, Mike Tomlin runs his team his way. And that might not gel well with a little bit of a diva quarterback who likes to march to the beat of his own drum. And instead in Pittsburgh, you got to fall in line. That doesn't seem like something Rodgers would do well in. He's him, Jack Mehoff to the Browns. Thank you, he's him, for this groundbreaking signing. Yep. We had another super chat come in on Broncos. We'll check out in just a second as well. Here it is. Demented Tree. Well, when you put the words together, you start to like break into the syllables. Have you seen JFM's tweets? What do you think his asking price is if the Broncos haven't agreed to sign him yet? Really, really want to keep him. So he's talking about John Franklin Myers, who, when he got to Denver, he signed an extension, and he wants another extension. Because I think he's probably feeling a little bit excluded that everyone's talking about a Nick Bonito extension and a Zach Allen extension, and no one's talking about him. But let's we could probably throw up his tweet on screen. Reed, if I send you the tweet, can you do that? Lucas! Okay, I'm trying to find all the tweets for everyone here.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
This is, we've been live for over 2 hours. Nothing crazy happening. We've got 268 viewers on Falcons today, 337 on Broncos Breakdown, and we've got 233 on the Browns. This is our Chat Sports' Super Bowl. Is free agency live?
The draft.
Or the draft?
The draft is king. The draft is an absolute marathon. It is Thursday to, I'd say it's like the draft for us, Chat Sports. Thursday, you kind of get in around, say, 10 a.m.-ish, 11 a.m.-ish, and you're here until Sunday around 2 p.m.-ish. Like, you go home to sleep for, not to sound like a boot camp, but like 8 hours, and then you're right back here. Okay, I'm going to send you a photo link, if you can throw that on screen. So, Demented Tree, we're going to put John Franklin Myers' tweets up to add a little bit more context to this, but I don't think this is going to result in an extension. Let me see what John Franklin Myers' contract currently is. Because I know that when he got to Denver, he agreed to a new deal. And I just don't think he's high up on their priority list. He's got 1 year left on his contract, and he's going to make how much in pure cash? I mean, he'll make $15 million for his time in Denver. So he's looking for a pay bump. And I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but there's just bigger fish for Denver to fry right now. Zach Allen and Nick Bonito are bigger fish, I'd say. And I don't think Bonito's going to get done this offseason, or at least not in this offseason. Like, I think that could wait till August. But this is just a screenshot of John Franklin Myers' Twitter. Just retweeting and showing a lot of airtime to those that echo the sentiment of don't wait to pay your best players. He's basically referring to himself here, and then tweeted out himself, still counted out. So I'm not concerned about this. It's not like John Franklin Myers is going to get a trade out of it to a team that's going to pay him more. So Denver's just going to stay put. They didn't really flinch much when Cortland Sutton had his hold in, hold out, whatever you want to call it. Maybe they just offer Franklin Myers more incentive money. That's a possibility as well. Dementor Tree, thank you for your super chat. We got a super chat coming in from our Falcon stream. Overlord, do you think we will target Asante Samuel Jr. and Ojulari? Also, big fan of you guys. Appreciate that, Overlord. Thank you. I haven't heard a lot of buzz on either of these two players. There just hasn't been an insider coming out saying Atlanta is interested in one of these two guys. I sure hope they express interest in Samuel Jr. However, with the Chargers letting Christian Fulton go to the Chiefs, maybe that signals that they have money and room to bring back Samuel. If they had brought back the other DB, then that might have been their pick of the litter. But now that one's already left, that could make them a little bit more aggressive to re-sign Samuel. As for Ojulari, Atlanta's got to add a pass rusher in free agency. They're just flat out going to sign someone. Now, the tier of that signing is what we don't know for sure. But as long as free agency passes and other guys start getting, picked up, the herd is going to begin to thin. And if Ojulari is one of the few last players standing, then process of elimination, he's going to have a good chance. But I have not heard much traction on either guy. If I had to pick one, though, in terms of likelihood, I would take Ojulari. Overload, thank you very much for your super chat and your support. We got Sad Falcons fan. Do you think Terry Fontenot is an undercover agent sent by the Saints to sabotage Atlanta? Longtime Saint. I mean, came up in their ranks with Sean Payton and everything. No, I don't think so. That would require the Saints to double his salary in Atlanta. That's the only why. This obviously isn't true. But if this was true, if let's say he make math easy, $5 million, he makes more than that, makes $5 million for Atlanta, and the Saints were like, go be a spy, he'd have to say, well, you got to pay me $10 million. Now I'm making $15 million, right? 10 from you, 5 from them, triple my salary, and I'll be a spy. The Saints are not paying him $10 million to be a spy. Not to be a double agent, not even a spy. No, I do not see that happening. By the way, I was on a flight a few months ago, watched a good movie, Bridge of Spies, all about spies. So recommend it next time you're endlessly searching for a movie. Okay, quick shout out to Fanatics. They've got an awesome deal going on, 25% off. chatsports.com/fanatics. If you want to get a t-shirt for your favorite team or a jersey, which is a t-shirt jersey combo, much cheaper than a jersey, or maybe you want to get a hoodie, whatever you're searching for, use chatsports.com/fanatics. I put this link in the comments and description of today's video. Shout out to Fanatics for sponsoring and supporting us here at Chat Sports. Austin Anderson with a $5 super chat from our Bronco stream. Ooh, Puka Nacua is switching his number. I don't like when they do that, though, because I know it's their jersey and everything. No, I just saw switching from 17 to 12.
Do you realize why?
No, I stopped reading after 12.
Adams.
Yeah, but what if you bought a Puka Nacua jersey?
Yeah, but Devontae Adams won 17, so
tough shit for Devontae Adams.
Well, that's not how it goes.
Yes, it is. It happens all the time in the NFL.
He's a veteran.
No, Kirk Cousins came to Atlanta and wore 18, not 8.
Because he said no.
No, because he
said...
Devontae
Adams is like, I want 17.
No, but you're misunderstanding where I'm coming from. I feel bad for people that bought a Puka Nacua jersey. That's the loser in this.
Yeah.
And it's unfair 100%. When the NFL charges this much for jerseys and they quickly become so meaningless. There better be like some kind of jersey exchange for Puka Nacua. Austin, sorry. I was having a jersey tangent. Heard we're going for Cooper when he gets released. Which Cooper? Am I forgetting about a good Cooper? Cooper Kupp? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I was thinking like Jonathan Cooper. And I was like, what are you talking about for a second? Yes, Cooper Kupp. Sorry, Austin. Brain fart. I've talked about before on the channel that I'm a little indifferent. Like, I don't think Cooper Kupp would be this incredible addition that maybe some people are picturing based on his 2021 Triple Crown season. I think missing, 10 games combined over the past 2 years is a good indication of what to likely expect next season. But for the right price, sure, I don't see much of a downside to adding Kupp. Although I think Sean Payton is much more trusting in this receiving core than this fan base wants to believe. So I'm not going to say it's not happening, but I'm definitely not going to be one advocating for it to happen because I just think that you can probably do just as well without him than with him.
Got some Saints news.
Saints news. What's going on? Uh-oh.
Juwan Johnson back to the Saints.
This is Saints and Broncos news because the Broncos were expected to have a lot of interest in Juwan Johnson, a potential reunion with Sean Payton. Instead, he gets a nice $30 million contract from New Orleans. So cross Juwan Johnson off your tight end wish list for Denver. Not happening. Desire Best with a super chat. Austin, thank you for yours. And like I said, and I continue to say, if they sign Cooper Kupp, I'm not going to be like upset about it for Denver, but I just don't think he's going to have the impact that people are daydreaming of. Hey, Petey, Hufanga and Greenlaw, JC Horn, $100 million is nuts. I think the Panthers just extended Horn so that they could prove to everyone they made the right pick for Horn over Surtain. I think they just are looking for like confirmation bias of like, yes, we got the right guy because we paid him to be the best cornerback in football, and he's number 1. So this proves we made the right pick. I really believe that David Tepper was just that like insecure about the draft pick and goes like, well, if we pay him the most, then people are going to think he's the best. That's really the only thing that makes sense for this extension. But Hufanga and Greenlaw, excellent signings by Sean and George Payton. Let's do a quick little recap of Browns, Broncos, and Falcons free agency moves so far. For Cleveland, it started off on Sunday, right before legal tampering began on Monday. Obviously, we know Myles Garrett signed that 4-year, $160 million extension. I think Garrett just came to terms with he has no leverage. He has 2 years left on his deal. If the Browns really wanted to, they could keep him for the next 4 seasons. They could franchise tag him twice. He knew he was going to be here, so if he's going to be here, might as well sign a $123 million guaranteed contract. The tough thing right now is the elephant in the locker room of, now here's a guy who said this team isn't going anywhere. Does he believe they're going somewhere now, or is he going to walk around the locker room going, I made a lot of money, but I still don't think we're any good? And that's going to be, a tough conversation I think he has to have with his teammates. Kenny Pickett traded. I don't really like the trade because I don't think Kenny Pickett's any good. So why am I going to defend a trade that you got a bad player out of? You didn't give up much, so it's not like it was an awful trade, but Pickett stinks. Cornelius Lucas is going to be your new James Hudson kind of swing tackle who will probably end up starting at some point because knowing DeJuan Jones and Jack Conklin's track record, an injury is likely coming for one of the two. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but history says so. Then they signed a former first-round draft pick in Joe Tryon-Shoyinka out of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 1 year, $4.75 million contract. And DTR going to, these are some of the losses, going to Philadelphia in that Kenny Pickett trade. James Hudson signed a 2-year, up to $11 million contract with the Giants. I have 2 thoughts on that. One, this is a sign of what the NFL thinks of the draft class at the offensive tackle position. That there's no one good there, so if you want to get someone, you got to give them free agency. That is a fair, natural thought. However, because it's the Giants that signed James Hudson, and knowing how bad they have been in free agency, I think it's just the Giants being a bad free agent team, and it's not a reflection of the tackle draft class, which is probably just around average. As for Denver, they made a handful of re-signings. Long snapper Jared Stidham on a 2-year deal. DJ Jones, a big contract, 3-year, $39 million. Matt Peart to return as the swing tackle for the Broncos, but also valuable special team asset on a 2-year contract. Speaking of the Giants, former Giant draft pick right there. And then 2 notable additions. Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw getting similar-ish deals, 3 years, $35 to $45 million each. Curious to see what the Greenlaw guaranteed money is, but remember, when it comes to free agency, my rule of thumb is you take the years, subtract 1, apply to the guarantees. This is a 2-year, $20 million contract. Losses now. Trayman Smith, he was a backup depth corner. Who cares? Cody Barton got $21 million for the Titans. You got Dre Greenlaw 2 hours later. Who cares? Zach Wilson was never coming back. He wants to go somewhere he's a better chance to play. Backing up Tua, you have a better chance to get on the field than backing up Bo Nix. Javonte Williams, a 1-year, $3 million contract with the Cowboys. Happy trails, best of luck to him. Sucks that 2022 knee injury really ended his career in Denver. And Riley Dixon, the punter, who had that great fake punt pass against the Bills. But other than that, I always felt like you could do better. So Denver wanted to bring it back. He got more money from Tampa. This is not something to cry over. Now we can take a look at some of the Atlanta Falcons free agent signings. Oh, there's 2. There's 1.5. There's one. They extended Jake Matthews, and they signed linebacker Divine Diablo. I thought maybe edge rusher would be a bigger priority. I mean, it's only 3:30 on the East Coast. Day 2 of free agency. There's still some names out there, but yeah. Thought they would do a little bit more than they have so far, but I mean, they also don't have a lot of draft picks. So this is the time where you can make some moves. I also think that Penix going into year 2, it's probably not the offseason to be too aggressive. Let Penix play a full season, see what you kind of got in him, and then next offseason you can kind of behave in a more aggressive way to build up the roster. As for some departures, Drew Dahlman, reportedly from Jonathan Jones at CBS Sports, took less money from the Bears. Now, I don't know which team offered him more money. My money is on the Vikings, but he wanted to play with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. Grady Jarrett got the bag in Chicago for his age and just kind of where he's at in his career. Good for him. I know that it was a bittersweet loss and mostly bitter rather than sweet, but another team was willing to pay him a whole lot more, and he still got gas left in the tank. Richie Grant was a backup. He went to the 49ers probably as a cheap, Hufanga replacement competition signing. So those are all the moves Cleveland, Denver, and Atlanta has made so far. Let's throw the 30-minute timer on, Reed. So it's 2:30 Central Time right now. We've been live for 2.5 hours. We've only had one signing so far, so we'll put 30 minutes on the timer. If we get, some signings happening, or if you guys really want to stay on the show, stay live for a little bit longer, we can continue the show. But I definitely don't want to just stand up here and keep everyone captive if there's just not really anything going on. So 30 minutes. Yep, we'll call it 30 minutes. Demented Tree with another super chat. That's good. So 30-minute timer on. You want to show the updated Super Chat battle, and then we'll get to Demented Tree's Super Chat. I said this earlier, but for anyone that's just tuning in, here are some predictions for the next few days. I believe Atlanta will release Kirk Cousins, and I believe the Browns will sign Kirk Cousins. That is my big off-season prediction for really both those teams, because I don't expect the Browns to be making any sizable contract signings. And based on the Falcons so far, it seems like that window is closed. So don't expect them to make any outside, in terms of like size or volume moves. As for Denver, they don't really have a whole lot of roster fills that can be filled in free agency more. Now, you're going to see depth signings. You're going to see teams sign corners, receivers, edge rushers, because you can never have enough guys at that spot right there. But I'm not expecting, any seismic moves from any of these three teams anymore other than Kirk Cousins. So here is the Super Chat battle. Reed offered to do a beer bong for whichever team wins the Super Chat battle, which right now is Falcons today. So Broncos breakdown made an incredible comeback for the ages yesterday. Browns report is, obviously in closer striking distance, but still anyone's game, I'd say, or close to it, with 29 minutes to go until we let you guys enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. So this is the deal that Reed is offering. Let's go. I think the Falcons might be waiting for the last possible moment to release Kirk to see if anyone will trade for him. Like, what if the Falcons are like, well, we might as well wait and see if the Giants or Steelers are so bummed out that they lost out on Aaron Rodgers that they settle on Cousins. So it's not the worst thing in the world to wait, but I just don't see why any team would trade for him when he's going to get released. That's what I keep going back to. We had a Super Chat. We can get that on screen. Vincent, who's winning the like battle? Good question, Vincent. Reed is updating it right now, so I'll let you all know in just a minute. That's the Super Chat battle, our like battle. It's much closer than the Super Chat battle. Falcons with the lead. Denver not very far behind. Cleveland becoming a little bit of a distant third to Atlanta at number 1. But the Browns just picked up a couple of likes. So everyone watching right now, hit the thumbs button. Help your team finish first in likes. All right. Let's check out that Super Chat from Broncos. I'm so bored. I feel that right now because yesterday was so fun, and this day has just been way less fun. A signing? Oh, a signing, but not for any of these three teams right here. The Commanders, by the way, to be a Commanders fan under Adam Peters and Dan Quinn must be a ton of fun because they do so much in free agency. They are bringing back running back Jeremy McNichols. He is the patented, waiver wire addition in week 12 when all of your backs are injured or suck. And you're like, he gets some receptions in the PPR league. It could be worth it. Do I think Kyle Pitts still has a valuable market? I don't think they're going to trade him until maybe the draft. I mean, I'll refrain from saying that. I think a trade could happen in a week after the first wave of free agency is over, and if teams are still very desperate for a tight end and feel like they can't get one in the draft. Like, for example, couldn't the Chiefs make a trade for Pitts if they're like, hey, we didn't sign a tight end, Kelsey's got one more year left, and we don't think we're going to get Warren or Loveland, so we'll make a deal for Pitts now. Demented Tree, thoughts on the Broncos signing Kyle Juszczyk? Arguably the best fullback in the NFL, and Sean Payton likes his fullbacks, would be great for the Denver 49ers. Yeah, Demented Tree, I agree. I do think this would be a good signing for the Broncos. Has Juszczyk been declining lately? I don't know if I'm missing something with his release, or is it purely just contract? Well, it wasn't up, but he was released. He had a year left on his contract.
Well, I guess his time was up.
Okay.
I guess they were like,
he's not dead. His time is up.
His 49ers time was up.
I just asked that because, I doubt it was that big of a contract for savings to be had. Oh, I don't give a buck is here. I mean, he signed a 2-year, $9 million deal. How much savings was there to be had by moving on from him? So I have to envision this was more play motivated, but I'm still on board. I don't care. Yeah, why not? Give it a shot. So I'm with you, Demented Tree. I don't give a buck. Hey, Petey, what's your thoughts on Courtland Sutton? Is he coming back this year? And who do you think? Who think be our running back? Who do you think will be our running back this year? So Courtland Sutton will be on the Broncos in 2025. Yeah, that's what year we are. There was some level of trade chatter with the Steelers, but they got DK Metcalf, so that's pretty much killed now. But he's got 1 year left on his deal. I expect some type of contract rework to be done, but I don't think Denver's looking to get him a big long-term deal like he's probably hoping for. I think there might be a little bit of concern over the way he plays the receiver game, and with age, the two don't gel super well. He's never been super good at separating, and so as you get older, you separate less and less, and if you really aren't good at separating to begin with, what's it going to be like when you're 30 or 31? So I think Denver could look to give him I doubt he wants to sign a 1 or 2 year extension. He'd probably rather just bet on himself and go to free agency. But Sutton's going to come back. I just don't think Denver's in a big rush to get any kind of extension done. I don't give a buck. Thank you very much. As for your running back question, too, it'll be a rookie. I think it'll be like Caleb Johnson or Omarion Hampton. One of those two guys, if I had to bet on, will be the Denver Broncos starting running back week 1. All right. I think we're caught up with Super Chats with that one right there. Yeah. Reed has a question for our Falcons viewers. Joel wants to know, will there be a stream tomorrow? I think so, yeah. I don't see why not. We'll probably do the first 3 days and then kind of see how it goes from there for Thursday and Friday. But I'm down to hang out. If you guys are down, let me know. I do this for you. So if you find this valuable, you find this entertaining and informative, and you would like one tomorrow, let me know in the chat and we'll do one. But if you're like, hey, probably just not worth the squeeze, that's fine too. We don't have to do a live show. Philip with a $10 super chat. Appreciate it, Philip. Philip. Sorry if you've already covered this. I showed up late. Did you see the news earlier that the Browns are waiting on Cousins to be released to sign him? How do you see it shaking out? Love you guys. Philip, appreciate you for tuning in. We did talk about this. I have said, I think twice now, just on the record, I fully expect Kirk Cousins to be released before the end of March 17th and for the Cleveland Browns to sign him. That is my prediction. I'm willing to go down on that ship. Like last year when I said Bill Belichick will be a Falcon head coach, Justin Fields will be a Falcon, and Dallas Turner will be a Falcon. I'll stick my neck out this time and say Kirk Cousins will not be a Falcon. He will be a Cleveland Brown. How do I feel about it? For Atlanta, I think it's the right move. Move on. Don't try and force something that's just not there. Yes, you are investing a lot in him already, and you have to go sign a different backup quarterback, but I think people are getting too tied to the money, and the prospect of Cousins being a backup would be really good because he's a good quarterback. Well, I think you're forgetting about what the job of a backup is. It's to get the starter ready. Cousins has no interest in that job. Otherwise, he would not have gone to Arthur Blank and said, please let me go. So you're going to keep him hostage? That does not seem like a recipe for success. That seems like a recipe for a really juicy athletic article in 15 months where they highlight all the dysfunction of having a backup quarterback who didn't want to be there. So, Philip, greatly appreciate your support and your super chat. I think it's a great move for the Falcons to just move on like the Broncos did with Russell Wilson. And as for Cleveland, beggars can't be choosers. There's not a lot of good quarterback options out here. It's a bad year to go into the market searching for a new quarterback. But if you can find one who has a really good history and has one down year where he was coming off an Achilles injury, hurt his shoulder, hurt his elbow, and you can get him for a vet minimum deal, you're not going to find much better value than that. So I'm on board for this on both sides, for the Falcons and for the Browns. We got J-Mo Jellybean, prediction for Browns wide receiver room this season. Let's go with Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman. Let me just pull it up. I don't think Elijah Moore is coming back. I don't think David Bell will be on this roster. I think he'll get cut. Jamari Thrash. Michael Woods is maybe not. They're going to sign one veteran, and they're going to draft one rookie. And I think those are your 6 guys right there, with Jeudy and Tillman highlighting the room. No Elijah Moore, no David Bell. I'll say those 6 guys make your wide receiver room. They might not even take 6, actually. Stefanski-driven offense is not much of a spread offense. They're going to want more 2 tight end sets, so could be an extra tight end in lieu of a 6 wide receiver. Danny, any moves for the Broncos? No moves for the Broncos today. They obviously yesterday signed Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw from the 49ers. But as of today, Denver has not made any signings. The Browns technically on Tuesday, March 11th, have signed 2 players, offensive tackle Cornelius Lucas and former first-round draft pick from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. I'm starting to think that was not great timing. It was just Reed actually going to the player. We have it on a loop, and I was like, wow, what are the chances? But, oh, good job. This is on the loop down here. And then the Falcons signed Divine Diablo to be Nate Landman's replacement and battle with Troy Anderson for a starting linebacker job. Okay.
Just kidding. Rod, $5 super chat for the Falcons.
Phoenix, I'll do my absolute best. Got 3 chats going on here on super chats, so it is tough to kind of keep eyes on all 3 chats, but I hear you. Couple of super chats coming in on Falcons today. Rod, Falcons need some big thing in return instead of letting Kirk go for free. You're not getting anything in return, Rod. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but you're not going to get something. Cut your losses. Just come to reality with me here. No one's trading you a whole lot, dude. That's the fact here. It's just not a market right now for Kirk Cousins when everyone knows he's going to be released. And they know they have to release him because Kirk Cousins is making it so clear he doesn't want to be there. Appreciate the super chat, Rod, but I'm sorry. That's not happening. Is Rod a Bama, Falcons, and Heat fan, by the way? Double Bama? We had one more super chat on Falcons today. David Anderson, free agency wake and bake drive home edition. Yesterday would have been a trip if you were waking and baking and listening to all the moves being made because guys were going all over the league. Oh. Tim Green, a $500 super chat! Tim, Tim Green! The highest chat record is now a tie. Reed, get your beer bong ready. Matt, throw in a brown shirt for me. XL, please, and go Browns. Oh, my God. Tim Green. $500 super chat. I'm speechless. Holy shit.
Tim.
Oh Tim.
My God.
Putting the Browns firmly in the lead in super chats now. Don't know what to say. Truly have no words right now. Tim Green has no control. You know what? It's not a beer bong. You got to do a dog bowl. You got to do a full dog bowl. All right. And that's the only fitting thing. Also, I don't want to suck the fun out of the room here, Tim, but I brought all of my clothes home to be washed. So I don't have any Browns clothes here. You think he wants a shirt? Do you want a shirt, Tim? Oh. I thought he was saying for me to put on an XL. Okay, Tim, please email me so I don't want a whole he's him controversy all over again. But Tim, email me so I can get this, executed for you in an orderly and, timely manner. But Tim Green, everyone, just round of applause for Tim fucking Green. Tim Green is by far one of the most generous people that I've actually had the pleasure of meeting before in person. Tim, your generosity knows no boundaries. Thank you for your support of the channel. This smile is not going to come off my face for the rest of the day. Tim Green, ladies and gentlemen, get the dog bowl. You got to do a dog bowl. Full beer in the dog bowl.
There's 14 minutes left.
It's over, right? Who's coming back from this? Throw the updated standings up. It's over. Tim Green just won. Oh, my God. Tim Green. Tim Green, by the way, for Falcons and Broncos fans, is not a scammer or a burner. I've met Tim Green in person. He is a wonderful human being. He actually even had 2 of his own season tickets given to me just to give away to people during a watch party once. That's how generous he is. So he's an incredible human being, and we need more Tim Greens in the world for his generosity and his support. Tim Green, dude. I feel like this deserves like champagne or something. Yeah. I really wish I've gone on a full diet and no alcohol, and I got to stay strong because I've gone this long without it. But I love nothing more, Tim, than to rip some shots with you right now.
Oh, my
God. Tim Green. What's crazy is I actually thought the lead would be bigger. It's like $250 from Falcons. I mean, I'm not going to put it past Mr. Ha-Ha, but I don't think anyone's going to sniff this one. Police the Police is here. Great to see you in the chat. Tim Green. 12 minutes, and then Reed's going to do the dog bowl. Oh, my God. I literally thought that there was, like, a glitch. That was the only thing that could make sense for that. Wow, Tim. Wow. That's all I can say. Tim Green. I'm just not going to say. I'm going to keep saying Tim Green. Tim, you know what? Tim Green, he knows a lot of green. That's for sure. This is a good role model right here. Tim Green's been having a pretty good, successful life. Tim Green to the Broncos. That would be, you know what? Tim Green has spent nearly as much as the Browns have in free agency. Yep. Actually, yeah. He has. He's closing in on it. Mike Nintendo Master, always good going back and forth with you on Twitter. No big signings. No big signings for the Browns. Just Cornelius Lucas, an offensive tackle from the Commanders, a swing tackle, some veteran depth at the tackle position, and then they signed an outside linebacker, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Cody, I don't know where Ty Man the Buckeye is. That's a great question. Cellular Lopez, how much cap space does Atlanta have after the signing? Cap spaces after any signing, by the way, are it's not even tough. It's impossible to know. You have to wait and see how much how the contract is structured, right? The guaranteed money, how much of it's base salary, how much of it's signing bonus. But if you see a player signs a 1-year, $15 million contract, their cap hit is not $15 million, right? Or a 2-year, $30 million contract, it's not going to be 15 and 15. So it's tough to know. Always give the contracts like 24 hours for the details to come out. Don't rush to go, what's the updated cap space after this? No one really knows, but I would say Atlanta currently has around, if I had to guess, $6-ish million in cap space. You can just keep this on screen for the rest of the time. Nothing's going to top Tim Green. Mm-hmm. Chill Pop, thank you very much. It was so fun having you in the chat yesterday. Uh-huh. So this is the Super Chat battle and all the generous donations that so many of you have made today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that does not do it justice. Just incredible stuff here to, show some support to these channels, and also for Reed and I to get studio space like this during a big, week like this in free agency, where last year that was not the case. You might remember, just not quite high enough in the totem pole with so many great channels here at Chat Sports. But man, stuff like this, it really does go a long way for us to get the ability to go live, because it is a bit of a battle royale to figure out who gets a producer, who gets a studio, and who can get the time to do it. So, Tim, thank you, dude.
Now that we do have more studios, but still not a ton of producers.
Yeah, we have a lot of studios.
The ratio of hosts to producers is still...
Yep. Oh, myself is in the chat right now. Matthew Peterson. Mike, the plan is to go live tomorrow. I'm thinking tomorrow we go live. The new league year starts at 4 p.m. Eastern. That is 3 p.m. Central Time. Nothing. You're going to see some news come out right after that, like release. A lot of things become official. So you're going to hear the news twice. Like, you're going to see official. The Broncos have signed Talanoa Hufanga.
Breaking news, not in the NFL world.
Which world?
In the golf world.
Is it about Liv joining?
No.
Someone die?
Tiger Woods announced on social media that he ruptured his Achilles.
Oh, that sucks.
He underwent surgery today.
There's nothing better in sports than a good old, "Come on, Tiger!" Yeah. That is the best thing to hear when you're watching the Masters and you're falling asleep on a Sunday. "Come on, Tiger!" Damn.
Mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes, that's a great one.
What would be yours?
I stole mashed potatoes from whoever first said it. Another good one I saw was 10 points for Hufflepuff. Do they use points? Is that their unit of measurement in Hogwarts? I've never gotten to Hogwarts. It requires, a little bit of time, but a good old 10 points for Hufflepuff?
Oh, trust Jeremy in the Falcons.
Yeah.
Get in the hole!
I'm a big, no matter where you hit it from, I'll either say one or two things.
In the hole!
Get in the hole!
Get in the hole!
You're going to like that one.
You're going to like that one.
You're going to like that one. I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to like that one.
Lucas saying on the Broncos chat, can I throw 500 Monopoly bucks towards the sub-chat poll? Honestly,
Lucas, I respect the idea. Probably not going to get approved by, no, I was going to say the chancellors of these channels, which is myself and Reed.
Oh.
So I don't know if that's a... Wow, he's him coming back for more. He's him. That's just... Do you know what he's talking about?
No.
Chill Pop! He's him. I don't want to keep going back and forth in emails because I really hate when people engage in a circle conversation or debate online when no one's saying anything new and you're just repeating yourself with different words. So first, Chill Pop. Appreciate the shout out. Pumped to see more content. Be back tomorrow. Salute to you, Chill Pop 54. Thank you so much for your support. Look forward to having you back tomorrow. Awesome. Thank you, Chill Pop. Thank you. He's him. If you don't know, if you weren't here earlier, I kind of just showed all the cards when it came to this disagreement between he's him, and myself. He's him. I'm just going to leave it at this here. You can take the replacement option or you can take nothing. But that's all I can offer you. The initial thing is no longer available because you took 4 months to send me your address. And I'm not in the business of just kissing asses here. So I know it's a little brutally honest and you probably are looking for more of a buttoned up, customer service. But I'm like Angela when they had to have the water print in the office. Her on customer service versus Kelly Kapoor. So let me know if you'd like the other replacement option. If not, I don't know what I can do for you. I can't go back in time and beg you more than the other times I did before to send me your address. JMO Jellybean, Browns wide receiver room seems a little shaky, especially if Tillman doesn't keep showing flashes. Prediction for Browns running back room, even if we keep Chubb, need more. I don't disagree that the Browns wide receiver room is probably lacking a little bit of depth, but I think they are very excited for Jerry Jeudy. And without really a long-term thing at quarterback at the moment, probably not the best timing to get an expensive-ish receiver and not have a good quarterback with that receiver. And then when you finally get a good quarterback, that receiver's not there anymore. So they will probably sign some wide receiver, but I don't expect it to be a big-ish name. So I hear that part. As for the running back room, I'd love nothing more than for the Browns to go out and get Caleb Johnson at pick 33. I think it'd be a great fit for Cleveland. I won't say he reminds me of Nick Chubb, but I think there are some similar styles between their games. Yeah, I think those could be two good or two plausible outcomes here. JMO, thank you for your super chat. We got Zach Hubbard with a super. Less than 5 minutes to go, by the way, in our super chat battle. Reed's going to do a beer bong for whichever team of the three has the most in super chats. Right now it's the Browns, but man, the Falcons are quietly making a little bit of a comeback. Zach, is it true the Falcons are taking calls and listening to trade offers for Tyler Algier? Saw it on X. Zach, you're the second person to mention this, so I'll do some deeper diving in 10 minutes when we sign off here and probably do a Falcons video about that. I would be surprised if Atlanta dealt Algier, because I would be surprised if a team wants to give up a pick for a running back who's entering the later stages of their rookie contract when it is a loaded running back class. However, for Atlanta, he might be disposable because you've got Bijan and you only have 5 draft picks. So this is definitely not something to disregard, but I'm just struggling to see what team would trade for Algier when you could just go draft a cheaper guy in a few months who might be just as good as Algier given how good the running back class is. But some teams maybe don't want to wait till the draft or don't have confidence they can get a good guy in the draft. Zach, thank you for your super chat. Hope I gave you, an informative response. So here is the updated numbers for the super chat battle. The Browns have around a $200-ish lead. We saw what the Broncos did yesterday, a complete comeback at the last moment. Falcons, I can't put it past them, but it just seems probably too tough to pull off. After what Tim Green did, it might be game, set, match. That could be checkmate. And the winning channel is going to get a beer boot from Reed. So right now it's shaping up for a dog bowl from Mr. Reed Bartkus. Matt, he's him. We'll get that on screen for you in a moment. I think he probably already has something in mind. And I'm willing to guess that whatever he's thinking is what I'm about to say next to. Also, what if he's a cop? Have to factor that in. Matt, have you ever smoked weed? Yeah, but I don't do it ever. I did it, like doing alcohol. Do you think doing drugs is cool?
Get him!
Do you think doing alcohol is cool? Have not since freshman year of college. It was just never my thing. Yeah. Freshman year, like a couple of fraternity brothers. Why not? I'm in college, and I did not like it. And I think my belly speaks for the beer belly. That's always been my preferred path.
The belly is slowly shrinking.
I know. The beer belly, is not very beery right now. I'm guessing most people expected this response. Minute to go. Tony Romo. I don't know, Jim. I will say I remember it like it was yesterday when Romo and Jim Nantz were on the AFC Championship call for the Chiefs-Patriots. And the moment Romo said that, I looked to my friend Kurt, and we both died laughing. And I thought, I wonder if anyone else found that funny. And little did I know, it would be the most, sync thing with Tony Romo. I don't know, Jim. Matt kind of seems like a pothead. I actually said that whole story without even reading your message. I don't know, Jim. I was also a big Tony Romo fan when he first got on the mic, and I still kind of like Romo, but I think he kind of half-asses his job now. He's him. He's him is just asking all the tough questions right now. How many genders are there? I always try to refrain from politics because you know that you're going to piss some people off. I don't have a problem answering this question. There's 2. The fact that has become a debate is just mind-blowing to me. So, yeah, there are 2 genders there. That is probably the most political response you'll ever get from me, but the fact that this question has become political is pretty bonkers to think about. Okay. We did it. That's the race. So, are we ready for what's going on? No. Okay. Do you want to throw this super chat on screen from JMO and then get the dog bowl? Yeah. Go to the dog bowl first. Yeah. A dog bowl. You know what the dog bowl is? It's yep. Slowest day 2 by far. Sam Brown, the lead producer at Chat Sports, is floating around right now, and it is so slow. Yeah. Okay, let's throw JMO super chat on because this has been on screen for a while right now. I don't know, Jim. I love that one. Tony. Sorry for so many. 1 second. Just so you guys know, I read these super chats off a monitor that's not super big, and then that monitor is shrunk into 4 squares. So sometimes it's a little old man of me. Sorry for so many AM hats. What do you think he meant here? Finally caught alive. Win or lose, get Kirk, draft Hunter, and RB in round 2. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry for so many super chats. JMO, apologizing to me for super chats for. Finally caught alive. Win or lose. Get Kirk, draft Hunter, and RB in round 2. I'm going to continue to preach this right now outlandish draft take. I don't think Travis Hunter is a top 5 draft pick. I think that because the Titans and Browns both said that he is a different position in their eyes. And if he's just playing one side of the ball for a team next year, is he a top five wide receiver, top 5 corner? I don't think so. But if they plan to use him on both sides, and that's a good point, and I can warm up to it. Although I don't think effectively, and not trying to be a hater, but I am being a hater, I don't think he can play both ways in the NFL. I'll say it. I think the NFL playbook is just way too extensive to play at a high level on offense and defense. You can probably come in for some specialty plays, but are you really picking a corner who has some gadget plays on offense, 2nd or 3rd overall? I would not, personally. I think Hunter's going to fall more in the draft than people realize. JMO, thank you for your super chats. We have a few more coming in here. In just a second. He's him. Listen, I am never going to silence anyone's speech. So I may not agree with you. I may not agree with what you say, but I will die defending your right to say it. So appreciate your super chats. He's him. But like I said, I'm not trying to alienate half the audience. Chris Collinsworth. This is for Mr. Barkus.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I'll do it.
No. He's gonna do. Yeah. Center stage. Chris Collinsworth. Now here's a guy. Oh, I see it. He let it off with it. I was gonna say it regardless. Now here's a guy who knows what he's talking about, kind of like Patrick Mahomes. I wish I had the ability to do better, impersonations. That's such a great trait.
Here's a guy.
Joey Molinaro, he's so good at them.
Did you see him at the Combine?
Yeah, he was terrific.
He sounded exactly like Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, so quick Joey Molinaro story. He came to Dallas, I can't remember what for, but it was some kind of sports event. But anyway, I live in Dallas. That's where Chat Sports is. There's no good pizza in Dallas. The best place is Grimaldi's, a New York chain. So I love Grimaldi's, and I got all my coworkers on the Grimaldi's train. And Patrick Seatman from the Vikings channel went for the first time. This was like 2 years ago, and he texted me, "Dude, I'm at Grimaldi's." I'm like, "I told you it's great." And he's like, "You won't believe who's here." And I'm like, "Who?" He's like, "Joey Molinaro." I'm like, "Get the fuck out." I'm like the Joey Molinaro fan club over here and Grimaldi's fan club, and you get them both the first time. Chris, thank you very much. By the way, some old-time quotes from Collinsworth that did not age well. He's him. Matt, let's hang out and watch Peter North highlights. Oh, who's Peter North? All right, this is like your favorite comedian all over again. He's an actor. I don't recognize him. Am I supposed to know who Peter North is? I don't know who Peter North is. Yeah, Judy Dog Bowl. I've got no idea who Peter North is. Dog Bowl time. Dog Bowl time. All thanks to Tim Green, by the way. I mean, I don't want to give him 100% credit, but I think we can all agree he did the heavy lifting. So show Green some love in the chat. Tim. Spam Tim in the chat. Winning team got a beer bong from Mr. Bartkus. And for Tim Green winning it for the Browns report, Dog Bowl felt the most appropriate. Are you ready? I'm ready. Go on this side of me. Oh my God. Overlord! A $300 super chat from Falcons today! I think that just means you have to do two. Yeah. Yep. We have a tie. Overlord! 3 big bones! I thought it was over. It was over. I mean, it shouldn't count, but it will. This feels like a crazy college football ending where like both teams left the field, and then all of a sudden the broadcast is like, "Hey, hold up a minute. The referees are actually going to go take a look at something right here." This is like some ACC after dark shit. Go ATL. Overlord, thank you so much. Well, I don't know what else to say. This has been an insane live show that had one signing, which valued at $4.5 million for 3 different NFL teams. This entire live show community has pitched more money together than 2 out of these 3 teams today. Another one? You can decide how you want to handle this one. I think you first got to throw up Tim Green's Dog Bowl, and you got to do the Dog Bowl. And then you hit Overlord. That seems like the best course of action right now. Oh my God. This is the most YouTube thing I've ever seen in my life. This next one, by the way, is going to make everyone watching laugh. Overlord on the phone with Bank of America going, "Listen, you guys don't get it. Do you understand that we're in a competition right now? And you're going to bust my balls over this? Approve it, Chase." Was trying to get it in before the time, but Bank kept denying me. Bank is closed. That is the most YouTube super chat story I've ever seen in my life. Wow. Dave Joseph, the absolute best effing live show ever. Listen, Falcons today is... Okay, Reed just went out of the room. He doesn't know. He's going to get the beer bong or whatever. If Falcons or Browns can get to $1,000, which Falcons is 150 away and Browns is 210 away, I think we make Reed do a third. 1 for Browns, 1 for Falcons, and I don't want to leave out Broncos. So one of the 2 that are nearly at $1,000 getting to a K, he's got to do 3. But he's currently running to the kitchen, which the Chat Sports construction project is almost over with, and we're kind of far from the kitchen now, so it's going to be a little bit of a hike for him. That's going to be... I know I should probably offer to do it, but if anyone out here is sober, you can probably respect this or understand this more. I've done a very good job of staying off the sauce as I go on this massive wedding diet. And as much fun as it would be to break it, I got to have some self-restraint. I did not have broccoli and green beans last night for dinner, while my fiance had Cane's chicken for nothing. So I'm holding out. My phone is blowing up, but I've got it on silent. Why are you doing that? Overlord, $100 super chat. That puts Falcons today $40 away from 1,000. Come on. We're almost there. I saw Micah in the chat and I got scared. No new signings. No new signings. Overlord gets Falcons today to a K. Reed is still not back. I can't wait to hit him with this news. His fate. Oh, he just yelled from the hall. While you were gone, I made a deal. Pardon my cues? Where? What is that? Is that your phone buzzing? Oh, I was like, my phone's on silent. Mike Hughes back to Atlanta? Really? Did that happen? Is this real? Okay, I'll tell Reed what we signed him up for without his knowledge. Okay.
Holy shit. What's going on?
Okay, so two things happened. One, we have Mike Hughes, which we'll get to in just a minute. But two, I told the chat if we can get either Falcons or Browns to a K in Super Chats, you're going to do a third boot. So I've enlisted. I said you would not probably be on board, but too late. Yeah. What the fuck happened here? So I kind of signed you up for that one. But you were in college not long ago. Not that I'm too far removed, but you're closer to it. Okay, so here's what we got to do. We got to do one of the three boots for you right now. Yeah. Then I want to break down the Mike Hughes signing.
Oh, my God.
Dave Joseph! $50 super chat on Falcons today. We got to do a boot for Tim Green. Overlord, by the way, and Dave Joseph just tag teaming this bad boy, right? That sounded weird, but just double time. That's what she said.
Oh, no.
Let's, Demented Tree, down a bottle of vegetable oil right now, or I'm unsubbing.
Mike Hughes, you're ruining everything.
Mike Hughes, you could have done this like an hour ago or an hour from now. All right, so let's get Tim Green super chat on here. Let's have you do your dog bowl, and then we are going to break down the Mike Hughes re-signing for the Falcons, and then we'll wrap up our live show with some more beer bongs and bowls for Reed, and if we get more super chats, we'll keep the show going. But everyone show Dave Joseph, F it! And of course, Overlord, some love right now. I saw a super chat on Broncos and Browns really quickly. Just hit those so that they don't get lost in the mix here. Demented Tree, and he's him. Mr. Haha right now is just like grinning, going, I started this empire, and Overlord and Dave Joseph finished it for me. Meanwhile, Mike Hughes, though, coming back to Atlanta. I talked about this on a video, I don't know, a few days ago. And I was like, between Hughes and Alford, it probably seems more likely that Hughes would come back. 3-year, $18 million. Okay. So there's your CB2 for the next 2 years. That's what this tells me. Guessing the guaranteed money is probably between 10 to 12 million. So it's really a 2-year, called $11 million contract. Split the difference. But this is a sizable investment for CB2, which means there will be no Asante Samuel signing. I don't expect Atlanta to target a corner early in the draft. This signing to me says a lot. If they really wanted a corner in the draft, they could have gone with a cheaper 1-year option somewhere else. No, it's edge rusher in the draft. That's what the signing tells me. Demented Tree, down a bottle of vegetable oil right now, or I'm unsubbing. First off, I'm touched that you're subscribed. That's so kind of you. But no, this is just not down the cards for me today. Yeah, maybe another day. No. Mm-hmm. He's him. Matt, Mr. Hands with a horse, or Two Girls, One Cup. You know, we were at work like a year ago, and Two Girls, One Cup came up, and no one's watching it. But we were talking about like videos everyone watched in middle school, like when you first kind of like got to YouTube, and of course that came up. It's like wiped from the internet because someone in the group we were talking with had never even heard of it, and we were like, "Well, you gotta watch it. It's gone." Yeah. I won't say I looked because that sounds weird, but I looked, and it's not there. Okay. You gotta put Tim Green's 500 on for the dog bowl. To take my spot. Joel's right. W. Reed for doing this. Reed is incredible. So, hop on in. The water's just right. You want me to pour for you? Want me to do it for you? A little bartender action? Yeah. Get on in here. Okay. So, give it a nice pour. You know, try and not too much head on it. You got tilt the bowl. Tilt the bowl. This is going to be a full bowl. Is that okay? You wouldn't want it any other way? Are you mute? Oh, I guess you don't have the mic, so you kind of are mute. I was like, what kind of fucking mime is this next to me? I'm on the streets of Paris right now? All right. Mr. Bartkus. Everyone for Tim Green. Tim. Cannonball coming. Cannonball. Great form. I mean, just a tremendous exit. Right from the start, he's got the lead. He's not looking back, and he's not going to go anywhere. This is over before it started. This is Usain Bolt type of speed right now. Evaporated. Fucking go. Tim Green, that's good for you right there. That's for you right there. Okay, now let's break down my cues, and then we owe... Yeah, give your stomach a little bit of a break, and then we have two more right after that. So don't... Well, you could do another dog bowl if you want to. But that was the deal I made when you were gone. Remember, we did one for Overlord, and then I was like, if we can get to 1,000, another one. If you guys could see Reed right now, that's a defeated man. That's a guy who's thinking about LinkedIn jobs after this. He's like, uh-huh. Do we need to call on someone from the bench? Okay, yeah. Everyone show Reed some love right now because I, not a very good friend, signed him up for an additional beer boot, which is a crummy move. I'm not gonna lie. If roles were reversed, I'd be pissed.
Hold on. It felt like It was like that scene from Step Brothers.
Yeah.
I forget the line, but it's like, we lost the boat.
First,
it is, what the fuck happened?
We're losing the house.
Brendan
and I have to get jobs, and Dale and Brendan and I, you're selling the house. We have to get jobs, and Derek's selling the house. What the fuck happened?
That was what I felt like.
Yeah.
I walked in. They're signing my cues. Mm-hmm. I have to do an extra boot. What the fuck happened?
Okay, let's break down the Hughes signing because everyone's probably like, all right, enough with the shenanigans. Talk to us about this 3-year, $18 million contract. So we're going to break down this Hughes signing. I know not everyone tuned in right now is a Falcons fan, but appreciate everyone's kind of patience. And we're going to talk NFL in general during this tri-cast between our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons YouTube channels here at Chat Sports. We don't need to do a highlight cut for this one. We can just do it after the stream is over. Okay. That'll probably be easiest. Sounds good?
Yeah, let them know.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Overlord, we're number one, Mr. Haha. I love the camaraderie between these. Just, I can smell the beer, by the way, from like the 7 to 8 feet apart we are right now. No, but I mean, like, I feel like it's radiating from you. You know what I mean? How about this? If I was a cop and I pulled you over, you're getting a DUI before you roll down the window.
Well, actually,
like it's so vibing off you that much.
What's funny is I'm doing a boot, and it's sitting next to me, and it's a Happy Dad boot.
Yeah.
And it just smells like Happy Dad next to me.
That's a tough smell. I don't like Happy Dad smells.
It's a tough smell.
Too fruity.
Gotta do it.
All right, here we go. Let's get right into it. You ready, Mr. Marquice? Okay. Reed is a little tipsy at the wheel right now, and the wheel is our software. Yeah, we did not get lunch today. Well, we got lunch, but we didn't have time to eat it. We're live with you guys here at noon. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. The Falcons have made their second free agent signing. It's a re-signing. Cornerback Mike Hughes on a 3-year, $18 million contract. So I want to break down this re-signing, what it means for the present, and also a little bit of the future, of course, a 3-year deal, along with, I think there is some ramifications that come out of this when it comes to Atlanta's draft strategy. But let's start by talking about just Hughes as a player. Is this good or bad re-signing? I'm fine with it. I felt like Hughes last year did not bring any big impact plays, no interceptions, no moments where you're like, oh, I remember this play from Mike Hughes, but I felt like he did a good job of holding down the fort opposite of A.J. Terrell. Played better to begin the year than the way he ended the season, but adding, hopefully a better defensive coordinator with Jeff Ulbrich can bring some better play out of Hughes. So surface level, I'm okay with this re-signing. Going into free agency, I remember talking about between D. Alford and Hughes both hitting the market, who's more likely to come back, and I said Mike Hughes, and sure enough, day 2 of free agency, Atlanta makes their second acquisition, this one more of a reacquisition after signing Divine Diablo earlier today from the Las Vegas Raiders. From a number standpoint, I don't want anyone to get too attached to the $18 million right here. Don't be like sticker price shocked, whatever the phrase is. It's $9 million. This, in my eyes, may as well just be a 1-year, $9 million contract. I don't think there'll be much holding Atlanta to the second year of this contract. So with that in mind, while it looks like they've signed someone for the future at 3 years, once I saw the guaranteed money, I started to kind of backpedal my head a little bit that Mike Hughes signing a 3-year deal, no way Atlanta goes corner in round 1 anymore. They've got Terrell and Hughes locked up for years to come. $9.6 million guaranteed tells me that this is a 1-year, $9 million contract, and if he plays well, there is more money waiting for him in the future. So initial thought was this definitely signals Atlanta's going to go edge 100% with all this guaranteed money, with all this money, $18 million. Guaranteed money, 9.6. I still think it probably is unlikely the Falcons go cornerback in round 1. Will Johnson would be the only guy I think worth taking at 15, but there are some growing concerns, which we can talk about later. But Hughes, as a player, as a whole, first-round draft pick for the Vikings, goes to the Chiefs, goes to the Lions, and he has found a little bit of a home in Atlanta, still just not having that big impact play ability to his game. We're looking at 3 straight seasons with no interceptions, but I think for what you're paying, you're getting good value for. You get what you pay for. You're paying for a CB2. You are going to get a quality CB2 who last year gave up 358 yards in coverage, 2 touchdowns. So was he the worst corner in the NFL? Of course not. Was he, an incredible steal of a value? Not really, but by and large, I'm okay with this when it comes to what you're paying for what you're going to get out of Hughes. Now, let me know what you think of the re-signing. If you had to give it a letter grade, what would it be? A, B? Actually, scratch letter grade. I feel like this is not a seismic move for a letter grade. Just flat out yes or no. Do you like the re-signing? Me, sure. Why not? Right? I wouldn't say I'm completely indifferent on it. It's kind of like when you get those really annoying surveys with like 5 different options of like, very likely, somewhat likely, kind of likely. I'm not in the middle. I'm one button towards the very likely positive side of I'm willing to see the upside here of, hey, if he continues to play well, CB2 getting $6 million a year, that's great signing. If it doesn't go super well, it's a 1 year, call it $10 million contract, round up a little bit, and there's worse deals in the NFL. Now, make sure to subscribe, by the way, because as news comes out during NFL free agency, no one's going to get you a video quicker than we are here. We're actually filming this during our live coverage of NFL free agency, so shout out to all the hooligans who've been watching with us on Falcons today. Big shout out to Dave Joseph and Mr. Haha and Overlord just going above and beyond for their support of the channel. If you know, you know. Now, switching gears just ever so slightly when it comes to Hughes, as I was saying, I don't think this completely eliminates the chance Atlanta goes corner in round one because they're really only tied to Hughes for 1 year. But because they've made 2 signings so far, neither of which is an edge rusher, and they've signed a corner, this probably puts together a bit of a blueprint that we can predict for the Falcons, which is they don't plan to solve their edge rusher needs in free agency. They're going to let the draft do that for them. There will be some level of a free agent signing, 1 or 2 maybe smaller names, maybe a Judon re-signing or Azeez Ojulari, but I don't think that we're going to see a big contract given out in free agency, which, you know what, believe it or not, coming from me of all people, I can actually be okay with that because there just was not many good free agent edge rushers in this class. So I'd rather them make a smart move than just throw a ton of money at a problem, kind of like a government, and just hope that fixes it. No, be a little bit more calculated with it. So this is fine with me if they plan to go edge in the draft. Wouldn't rule out a Trey Hendrickson trade still, although they would have to make some money moves a little bit because with Diablo and Hughes signing, they have to be cap compliant by 4 p.m. Eastern time Wednesday, tomorrow. This is going to get them pretty close to barely being cap compliant. But Atlanta brings back one of their 2 free agent corners who was a starter last year. Don't expect Alford to return. Maybe one of King or Hamilton, but there will be more cornerback additions made because right now you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 corners on the roster. Maybe they want to put Clark Phillips at that nickel position. I think he's probably best at the outside, although he's had some versatility, so the ball skills he has, I think, could serve to be valuable if he's hanging out in the middle of the field. But Hughes, welcome back to Atlanta. Like I said at the top of the video, 3 years, $18 million contract. The second signing by the Falcons so far. They've really made 4 moves. Yeah, I'll call 4 moves in free agency between moving on from Grady Jarrett, extending Jake Matthews right before free agency started, and then 2 signings so far in day 2 of free agency, inking Divine Diablo, the linebacker from the Raiders, to a 2-year, $14 million contract, and now Mike Hughes to a 3-year, $18 million deal. Both these contracts, they look like they're somewhat sizable. I think they're 1-year deals. It's a 1-year, $8 million for Diablo. It's a 1-year, $9.6 million for Hughes, meaning if things aren't going super well after the first season, you can get out with very little dead money awaiting you in 2026. Now, the Falcons have lost 3 players. Drew Dahlman, who, by the way, according to Jonathan Jones from CBS Sports, took less money to play for the Bears, which some people's initial reaction was, okay, so the Falcons made an effort. He didn't say who he took less money from. Like, what team offered more money? I think it was the Minnesota Vikings, who just gave a ton of money to Ryan Kelly, the former Colts center. So, still disappointing, but Ryan Newsel, I think, is going to be re-signed in the next couple of days. Grady Jarrett went to the Bears on a very big contract, so kind of happy for him that he was able to get one more big splash in free agency at 31, 32 years old, but still tough to see one of the longest members of this defense and a captain have his time come to an end with ATL. And then Richie Grant off to the 49ers to compete for a roster spot. So when it comes to Trey Hendrickson, do you think the Falcons are going to get a deal done for the Bengals star pass rusher? I say half yes, because they've just done nothing in free agency to address this position, and maybe that's because they were working on a trade. But with only 5 picks in the draft, it seems unlikely that they're going to pony up and give some valuable draft capital, more of that, but they don't really have away. I've also heard, and I'll talk more about this in another video, some slight chatter on a Tyler Algier trade. I'll say this much right now. I'd be surprised if anyone wanted to trade for Algier, not because he's bad, but because he's coming to the end of his rookie contract, and it's a great running back draft class. So why not just take a younger running back with 4 years on the deal instead of a, player coming to the end of that really cheap contract? So Algier trade could happen since Atlanta's desperate for draft capital, and they're probably ready to put a boatload of carries on Bijan's plate and maybe find a cheaper option in free agency at running back or in the draft again, but they can get a valuable pick for Algier. I don't think the Algier trade is too likely, but I'm not going to completely disregard it. So Mike Hughes, welcome back to Atlanta. 3 years, $18 million. I think this probably points the arrow in the direction of Atlanta's going to go edge for sure. We'll fix this really quickly, Reed, in round number 1, but I won't say it with absolute certainty since I learned my lesson last year when it comes to don't say blank is a Falcon in the draft. All right, I'll see everyone later. All right. Let's recap on supers real quick. What do you want to do? Sorry, let's do one boot and then recap supers to give you a little bit of a break. Does that sound like a good schedule to you? Reed looks like he wants to punch me in the face. I don't think he's very happy with me. I'm not going to lie. The bunk bed sounds like a great idea. You walked out of the room, and I was like, hey, we're kind of close to a K. If we get there while Reed's gone, let's sign him up for something. Which is basically how all my family vacations went when I was younger. I thought I was going to go relax as a stressful 8-year-old. No, my dad just signed me up for anything and everything. All right. Nicholas, I don't know how many times I have to say it. The Bengals don't want... I was like, Nick's getting in all caps for something. Yeah, I agree that Kyle Pitts to the Bengals doesn't make sense after Mike Gesicki re-signed. Broncos chat, what's going on? 14 bones? Oh, I thought you meant like $14 or something. No. I've said 100 times, but if you're just joining, this is a TriCast. It's Browns, Broncos, Falcons. I host all 3 channels here at Chat Sports. We're still a growing company. We don't have enough hosts for all 32 teams. I know that's pretty quirky and unusual, but my job is to cover the NFL, so if that's the direction I'm pointed, I'm going to go that direction. So I know that's not everyone's cup of tea, and I get it if you don't like it. I wouldn't blame you too much for it, but that is why we are covering a Falcon signing. We covered a Brown signing earlier, and yesterday we covered one Bronco signing on the live stream. So that's really the best explanation I can give you guys. Okay, right, I don't understand why cover 3 teams. Well, like I said, we got 32 teams in the NFL, and Chat Sports is still a growing company. So in order to best maximize, the host here and try and grow so we could add and hire more people to cover more teams, some people have to cover more than one team. Mm-hmm. Again, I understand this is pretty, quirky's probably even downplaying a little bit, strange. And if people don't like that, I won't be offended, I just hope that if they were in my shoes, they could understand. So here's someone who went to college to kind of get into the sports media landscape, graduated in 2020, bad time to join the sports world in COVID, took a job doing small town radio play-by-play in Wyoming, and saw this job posting. NFL's always been king for me, of course. And I was like, I'll throw my name in the hat. Month and a half later, got the job, come down here, and they're like, we need you to, cover the Browns and Broncos for us. And we think I'm just going to get out of the car and go, nah, not interested. And then we had a Falcons guy who left, and they just flat out asked the whole company, who can kind of temporarily help out. And I was like, I'll help out. Volunteer spirit of me. So, sure, why not? And that's been, 2 years now. So don't regret a single thing. All right, let's get into. You want to do? Okay, you want to do this first? I'm not answering this one. Backroom. I'll give you credit, he's him. Like, you put together some thought-provoking questions, that's for sure. This one I can't answer, and the answer is no. The wedding invites have already been a big enough stressor in my apartment. Nearly led to, I wouldn't say tears last night, but a lot of stress. So it's not an easy thing. I think one of the most misleading things for anyone that's planned a wedding, had a wedding, you can understand this. If not, the most misleading thing for movies and TV shows about weddings is that every wedding can affordably be a 200-person affair, and everyone gets a +1. Once you start to realize how much it costs per person, no chance singles are getting +1s. Like in movies, it's like, I need to find a date for my wedding. Like, that made me think everyone gets to bring a date. Like, if you have a significant other, they're invited. But if you're single, you can't just bring someone for the sake of bringing someone. Okay, Overlord, we're number one, Falcons today right now, after coming up short yesterday to the Broncos, coming up in third yesterday to the Broncos, is currently in first place in Super Chats by $200 and change. And are there any more supers? Okay. Can't wait to see DeMarco Hellams back. Yeah, he's going to come back from that ankle injury. He might be in line to start next to Jesse Bates. I was going to say Justin Simmons. He could very well be the cheaper Justin Simmons replacement, an in-house option. All right, are we all caught up now? All right. Sounds good. Big Red, you're always welcome to apply to Chat Sports. We kind of go in like big hiring phases where it's like a few people here and then a stretch of nothing and then a few people here. It's not like a rolling thing. That's a good one. He's him. We're talking.
For some reason, that one's not pulling for me. That super chat's not popping up for me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't grab it.
I was watching The Office last night, my 15th time rewatching it, and it was the episode when Phyllis got flashed. All-time funny episode that doesn't come up enough, but when Dwight's like, he says, flaccid, and they're like, flaccid? You mean Phyllis? He goes, sorry, I got penises on the mind. Such a line. All right. You want to do your boot? Yep. Okay, let's get the boot done. The first one. How about this? I'll let the Falcons chat decide. Do you want Reed to do back-to-back boots now, or one now and one to start tomorrow's live? Well, I think you'd probably prefer to space it out a little bit. Yeah. I'm going to let, I feel like I have to just let Overlord decide, because he kind of got that done. Overlord, do you want back-to-back BTB, or you want one right now and then one at the start of the live show tomorrow? Because I feel, Overlord made that decision for us, back-to-back. I thought he might decide, hey, if we spread the boots out, it might kind of create a little bit more chaos over a longer period of time. No, he just wants the BTB. Everyone better start chanting Reed, though. The guy's a goddamn trooper. Spam Reed.
This one might be a little bit slower.
That's okay. No judgment. The bubbles. Cannonball. Cannonball coming. Cannonball. I want Reeds in the chat. If you're not chanting Reed, please leave. This guy is putting his body on the line for everyone. CJ is chanting red. That's close enough. Got to account for the bubble. Great technique right there. Tiny spillage, but the judges are not going to ding him much for that. I made him laugh. I think he needed to come up for air a little bit. No. He's going to go back down. I'm so bored. Dave Joseph, Overlord, 14 Bones, Christopher Stofira, Matthew Spalding, Joel, Archangel, Arctic, Boyd Severe, Spam Reed. Done. Great work. Do you want to do the dog bowl just right now and just rip it off? There he goes. Read. 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 I gotta find like a dog bowl equivalent for Falcons today. I'm not really sure what a bird bath.
Oh, well, a bird like
a birdhouse.
The eagle, freedom funnel.
Yeah, that would work, but
Like
a falcon funnel. A falcon funnel would be cool. Okay.
Name everywhere is cool.
Yeah, of course. Big man on campus. I've got a chair. I've got a chair. All right. By the way, good news. Reed does not drive to work. He does scooter, but maybe he's got to put a scooter in my car today. We'll see. It's 3 beers in a little short time period.
Nicholas,
Leonard Floyd to the Falcons. Leonard Floyd signing with the Falcons. That's a great question.
You want to splice in just a little blip?
No. Ooh, that's a tough one. Yeah, let's just make it one video. And we'll do some heart surgery. That makes sense? There it is. Okay. Down this, though, so we can talk about Leonard Floyd. Not to put pressure on you.
So this is for both?
This is for getting 1K.
Okay.
This is for getting 1K. But legitimate news, as Reed does his final beer bong boot, whatever, Leonard Floyd signing a 1-year contract with the Atlanta Falcons up to $10 million. We're going to break that signing down as well. Falcons are expected to sign Leonard Floyd, according to Adam Schefter. Who was it that super chatted earlier about Leonard Floyd? Because kudos to you. You were on top of it. I want reads in the chat, though. Show the guy some love. I signed him up for hell, and he just walked through it and ran back. Incredible performance. Sad Falcons fan. What super chat? I'm going to cut Reed off on the boots today. I can't sign him up for any more. Unless you want to put a number out for a boot. I can't put one out for you.
Nope.
Yeah, Reed shot that one down real quick.
Unless you pull a Tim Green.
Yeah, unless you put a $500 super chat in. Which, if you pull a Tim Green, fine. Okay, so, Leonard Floyd, though. Let's break down the signing.
14 said he thought I was drinking water.
No, the boot's like a seltzer. So, I mean, it looks like water. The thing is the camera doesn't pick up, like, the bubbles of the liquid. And also, like, the green screen effect can sometimes, like, look through things, make it tough. All right. Leonard Floyd, though, returning to the Peach State after playing his college football in Athens, signing looks like Falcons are expected to sign Leonard Floyd, according to Adam Schefter. Sad Falcons fan, how much to do another boot? I'll do one for $500.
You'll do one?
Yeah, I can't sign you up again. I feel like I should. I've been sober for no beer for a while.
If we get a 500, like it has to be like not like
a combination.
Not a combination. It has to be a 500. We'll both do one.
Okay, look at that. Couple two musketeers right here. All for one for all.
Hopefully that happens like in like 10 minutes if it does.
Yeah.
Because I need a break, but.
Overlord is licking his chops. Overlord's calling his bank right now. He's like, we got to move some money around. I got to cash some stocks. Sad Falcons fan, 500. If you throw 500, there's going to be a me-sized hole in the wall behind me. Let's discuss Leonard Floyd, though. Let me know when everything's in, and we're just going to kind of keep it, not short and sweet, but add it to the Marquice signing. Okay? Overlord, think I won't. I'm not going to lie. I have a feeling this is going to happen. Okay. Yep. I just need the list for cap for him. That'd be the only thing to add. But give me your initial reaction. Give me a grade for a Leonard Floyd signing. I'll read this super chat. Reed's doing a couple of things behind the scenes right now. Yeah, $10 million for Leonard Floyd, and it cost $14 million for Hassan Reddick. Not too bad a value for some patience exercised by Atlanta. 32 years old, sacks been going up and down since 2020. Wouldn't be shocked if he has less than 6 sacks here. Not impressed. Give me Hendrickson. Hey, I don't think that's a bad take. I can completely, see where you're coming from, and you spit facts only. 32, up and down. I get that. And it does feel like Atlanta never has any luck with pass rushers just happening to have a good season with the Falcons. But I think one of the bigger takeaways here is what the chat's kind of coming around to, which is I don't believe a Trey Hendrickson trade is in the works if you just sign Leonard Floyd. Maybe, could be. It definitely lowers the probability of it in my estimation. Overlord says, well, it won't let me since there's a super chat limit. Overlord, if you want, you could Venmo. If you have Venmo, you could Venmo. Let me know if you want to proceed with that route. I feel like, by the way, the Broncos stream is just like, we had all of our fun yesterday, signed 2 players yesterday, won the Super Chat battle. We're just going to watch this right now. Like, let you guys behave like animals, and we'll just enjoy the day 1 win and sit back for day 2. All right, we're going to get this plane off the ground in just a moment. Yep, Trey. I remember talking about Leonard Floyd last year, I think, right? Of Floyd and Raheem Morris worked together in LA when they won a Super Bowl. Jason Greenway is in the chat. Okay. Christopher, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. It's just being a nice guy in the comment section. Weston. Petey, you doing your Broncos stream Tuesday? What do you mean? Today's Tuesday. This is the stream, if that's what you're wondering. There will be no separate stream. And Ian Rappaport's the one that says he gets a 1-year deal worth $10 million. Reggie Lopez. Yeah. All these super chats we will get together after we break down this Leonard Floyd signing.
I just saw what Christopher said.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Also,
Mhm.
answer
Billy, what chat? All of them. I've got a monitor here, and I've got 3 different chats, so I'm kind of bouncing all over the place.
I'm shivering.
It's cold in here now. The temperature's dropping.
Because all that cold.
Oh, that's a lot of cold inside. But yeah, more thoughts on this, though. So, Floyd,
You can start whenever you're ready.
I think he'll probably play outside linebacker for the Falcons in that 3-4 traditional front. He's been a defensive end. He's been an outside backer. I expect him to be a little bit more like Judon compared to, say, Calais Campbell, for example. I'm blurry. There we go. Are we ready to roll? I'll let you know in the video. So this will be the beginning, though, of the video combo we're about to do. All right, here we go. Let's discuss Leonard Floyd signing. So after this one, go to the Mike Hughes one next. Here we go. Coming to you guys with a full breakdown in 3, 2, 1. The Falcons have finally done something in free agency. They have signed not 1, not 2, but 3 players in NFL free agency. The latest one being Leonard Floyd. After he was released earlier today by the 49ers, he quickly finds a new job in his home state of Georgia, signing a 1-year deal worth $10 million. Now, the Falcons also signed Mike Hughes to a 3-year, $18 million contract, which We filmed a whole video about that Mike Hughes signing, and then the Leonard Floyd news came out. So what we're doing right now is a little bit of heart surgery, and we are combining the two right now. So that's what I'm saying. So we're combining the two videos. So you'll hear me talk more about Hughes in the back half of today's video. But let's talk a little bit about Floyd, because we've been pounding the table for Terry Fontenot to go out and sign an edge rusher. And he signs one who's got a really good career and history, a bit up and down, and I don't think this is a signing that's going to revolutionize the Falcons' pass rush, but it's a start. 8.5 sacks last year. He's 32 years old. He's always been a bit of a funky size player because he's really like tall and lean, 6'3", 240 pounds. He's going to be an outside linebacker for this team, but he's been traveling around the league. He's gone from Chicago to L.A. to Buffalo to the Rams to San Francisco. He's played for a lot of teams, but he also overlapped with Raheem Morris in L.A. when they won the 2021 Super Bowl. So surface level, I like this signing. You needed a pass rusher. You got a pass rusher. You didn't overspend a crazy amount. It's a one-year deal worth up to $10 million. If you don't like this signing, you could probably trace it back to 32 years old, semi-inconsistent in his career when it comes to just pure sacks, kind of a roller coaster. But I think the bigger takeaway would be signing Leonard Floyd means probably not trading for Trey Hendrickson. I won't say that it's dead, but the chances of that happening just took a big hit. So that's the catch with the Leonard Floyd signing. But if the Falcons were never really going to be in pursuit of Hendrickson, or were never going to give up what the Bengals wanted for him, they had to sign someone. I know they let a lot of names go by in the first day of free agency. This is going to sound crazy coming from me, and I think I say this again later in the video. But again, this is a video where we filmed two parts at separate times and are just kind of stitching them together. I don't mind Atlanta passing on some of the massive overpaid contracts from day one, because there is no long-term solution at the edge rusher position in free agency this year. So make some calculated moves and attack the draft to try and find your long-term pass rusher. But Floyd has been, consistently up and down. 9.5 sacks, 9 sacks, pops up to 10.5, falls down to 8.5. Like, it's not very dramatic. He has been in the same range of 9 to 10 sacks for 3 straight years. Then last year with the Niners, slight decrease in 2 sacks, going from, I think it was Buffalo in 2023 to San Francisco in 2024. But I'm still going to be on board with this signing. You didn't give him a massive contract. It's a 1-year deal. And we're talking about a team that no one even sniffed 8.5 sacks last year. Is he going to put up 10-plus sacks this year for the Falcons? Probably not. Is he an improvement from what you had? 100%. Did you get better with this signing? I would say yes. Did you get better at an extremely expensive cost? No. So I'm a fan of this signing. I like it. The moment I saw Floyd was released, wheels started turning in my head that they're making room for Joey Bosa to join Nick Bosa. And I wonder if the Falcons could re-sign a former Georgia Bulldog, because they don't like drafting them, but they don't mind signing them in free agency for some reason. Make sure to subscribe, though, because when news breaks like this, we're the first ones to get you a video. So what's going to happen next is I'm going to throw it back to me from like 30 minutes ago, pre-Leonard Floyd signing, just reacting to the Mike Hughes signing. So let's throw it back to old me. Okay, let's run through the Super Chats, and then we can sign off and let everyone enjoy their days. From the where's he going? Oh, from the Saints to the Cowboys. They didn't sign anyone last year. This year they will sign people, but they just won't pay anyone more than $5 million. They're like, we'll sign people because you guys asked so nicely, but we're not going to spend a dime more than we have to. He's him. You know what? This is a question for the chat to answer. That feels like the only appropriate way to handle this one right here. I also am kind of feeling, I know my grandma watched these shows, so that's uncomfortable. All right, moving on. Send me a boot, and we'll call it even. if you want, honestly, if a boot's gonna actually end this, okay, I can. That's fine with me. But I'm not getting jerked around every single direction here. If you want a boot, fine. I'll look into boots. But that's the end of it, though. Seriously. And any more super chats? Few more? Oh, I thought it's another one from He's Him. They're taking the under on this one. I have not done a bench press. I mean, I'd say that because I have not done a bench press.
135.
The bar's 45 pounds, so you're putting a plate on each side?
So it's a 45 plate on each side.
Okay.
On a 30 or a 45 pound or.
I think when I was in college and I went to the gym more, and this is not me trying to sound impressive because it's not impressive, I was probably around 190. And I feel like I've lost a lot of muscle mass since 2020. So this is probably an accurate line. The dad bod has not treated me well. And what's the next one? Or is that the last one? All right, that's it, though. I'm done with He's Him. You just said in your 2 super chats ago, He's Him. Send me a boot and we'll call it even. Now, I don't want a boot. You're the one that suggested the boot. This is what I'm dealing with, by the way, everyone. And emails, never ending. Falcons today with the super chat. No, I don't think so. Rambling on with Zach Jones. 32 years old. Sacks been going up and down since 2020. Wouldn't be shocked if he has less than 6 sacks here. Not impressed. Give me Hendrickson. I don't think that's a horrible opinion. My counter is he's better than anything you had last year, and it didn't cost you that much. So if you're banking on him being a 10-sack player, that's probably a bad bet to make. But if you're banking on him being an improvement from Matthew Judon, that's a good bet to make. Reggie Lopez, appreciate it, rambling with Zach Jones. Left hand for... It's me. I was about to say...
Is it mirrored?
I don't know what they're...
Is that in real,
This is my real response.
real response?
Yeah.
This is mine.
So you guys can figure it out.
I'm putting up my left hand.
Okay, so now you can, by process of elimination, figure out mine. Reggie, hard-hitting questions right here. And we have another one. No, I don't think we have any Broncos super chats. Yeah. Oh, we have one more Falcon super chat. It is the latest one from Sepper Turn Up something. How about Trey and Michael Williams equal no problems? Yeah. Give up a second-round pick for Hendrickson, so you just got to ask yourself, do you believe in Hendrickson and Williams with a trade and a first-round pick? That's not a bad, proposition. If that was to realistically happen, I'd be on board with it. Imagine this now. Imagine if you do make the Trey Hendrickson trade and you still go Michael Williams, and it's Floyd, Williams, Hendrickson. Talk about a complete revamping of your pass rush. He's him. I'm not going to silence anyone, but I don't know any way I can end this, feud he has. I want a signed, shirtless swimsuit photo of Matt. I'd rather do that than,
buddy.
Yeah. I'd rather do that than I'd rather do that than the boot.
I've been asking this since the beginning of the season.
Yeah. Okay, so the news for the Falcons, though, in the last few hours, really just the last hour, Mike Hughes re-signing on a 3-year, $18 million contract, and then Leonard Floyd coming over from San Francisco. The day he gets released by the Niners, Terry Fontenot works quickly. He picks up the phone, and he brings him back to Georgia, possibly ending his career at the Falcons. He's been in the league since 2016. He is entering year 10 of his career, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 10th year in the league. Could be maybe one of his last seasons in the NFL, and it's going to be back home where he went to high school, where he went to college. So a cool homecoming for him. I'm sure he was excited to maybe end his career back where his entire football career began. But I like both these moves right here. They're not high-cost moves. I look at the Hughes signing as a 1-year contract when you just look at the guaranteed deals. So it doesn't necessarily kill the chances of a cornerback pick at 15, but I think pass rusher is still going to be a bigger priority. However, Leonard Floyd, well, that's not going to solve all of your pass rushing problems. It's an improvement from Matthew Judon, and that had to be the bar. Can we get better? I think this is getting better, and you didn't do it by sending in an enormous contract that's just a massive overpay. So here are the Super Chat battle totals. Falcons today sitting just north of a K. Browns report over 800. Broncos breakdown after winning day 1 of free agency. You know what? They took a breather. That's fine. Yeah. You know, they're going to reset a little bit. They're shedding some big contracts. Day 3, though, I've got a gold for Falcons and a gold for Broncos. Can the Browns win the gold for day 3? Maybe we have to go 4 days just for a rubber match if we get Browns winning day 3 in Super Chats. All right. That.
I also had. We can end with this.
Mm-hmm.
I had 3 specific questions for each channel. We did 2 of them. We never did the Broncos one. So we can end with this.
Rank the Broncos defense for 2025 1 to 32. I'm always kind of bad at these because I always forget a really obvious one.
Yeah.
The Ravens defense finished the year very strong last year. The Eagles defense, of course.
This is 2025, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm just building off of the good defenses from 2024.
So I could be biased, but I'm actually not being biased right now because if everyone doesn't already know, I'm an Eagles fan, but an NFL fan in general.
Mm-hmm.
After losing a lot of the players from Eagles defense, I think still top 5, but I would have taken them over the Broncos. I think Broncos are number 1. After their additions today and yesterday.
I'll say this. I'm going to wait for any final ranking until after the draft. Because that's obviously a huge piece of the offseason. But right now, they got to be top 3. And they're not 3, and they're 1 or 2.
Honestly,
yeah,
Falcons are up there as well.
Yeah,
Falcons are up there as well.
You know what? For now, I'm not going to give them too much credit because right now they're a paper defense. On paper, things are stacking up nicely.
Mm-hmm.
That was the case last year. They got Judon and Simmons. On paper, it looked a lot better. Did not materialize. So they're going to have to earn it before I give them any type of award.
Wade saying, why are we so silent today? Yeah, yesterday they did everything. The Broncos did everything, and then now just quiet.
Mm-hmm. So,
all right.
That is going to do it for us. It's been a little over 4 hours hanging out with you all, talking free agency. For everyone that tuned in for a little bit, for the whole time, thank you for watching. Big special shout out to, obviously, Tim Green, Overlord, Dave Joseph, and so many more that sent in. James Harper, everyone that sent in super chats. I'm sure I'm forgetting someone. Matthew Taylor with a $20 super chat. Matthew was a big part of yesterday's super chat palooza for the Falcons, and he wants to come in here and just hit the empty netter for a Falcons Today win in super chats. Appreciate it, Mr. Taylor. Matthew Taylor, a $20 super chat to send us off into the sunset. Leonard Floyd to the Falcons. Mike Hughes to the Falcons. The Browns signed former first-round pick Joe Tryon-Shoyinka from the Buccaneers. And the Broncos signed Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga yesterday, but no one yet today. So those have been all the moves so far for the 3 channels a part of this TriCast. I really appreciate everyone's, at least those that, are good sports about it, understanding and patience with covering multiple teams at the same time. Okay, he's him. Matt, I want to speak to your manager. This is crap. Let me get the manager. This is manager Matt Peterson. What can I do for you? He's him. So you're talking to the manager, dude. Matthew Taylor with a $10 super chat. We'll get Mr. Taylor's super on screen. Any news on Trey Hendrickson? I like how Hendrickson's, by the way, has been abbreviated Hendricks. No news. Still wants to trade. Bengals aren't going to pay him most likely. I'm not going to say signing Floyd kills a Trey Hendrickson trade. I think it decreases the probability, right? So it feels less likely now than it did this morning. I'll say that much. Yeah. Matthew Taylor, thank you for your super chat. For everyone that's been super chatting, commenting, liking, appreciate all of your support. We will be back tomorrow. We'll probably go live around the same time, either noon or 1 p.m. Reed says we're at $1,990 total. Can we get, for all 3 channels combined, we're at $1,990 total. Can someone get us to $2,000? He's him has almost done it by just sending in $102 super chats, which, hey, chipping away. I love this from 14 Bones. American Hooligan, please save us. Listen, the Broncos may not have made any big splash moves today, but after what they did yesterday, I think they can afford to maybe just sit back a little bit in day 2. See who gets signed, not be too antsy, and then go, all right, let's attack day 3, day 4 with more, affordable options for us. Crumble Cookies is watching right now. That's insane. Yeah, Matthew Taylor getting us to 1.1K on Falcons. We're going to get 10 more to get to 2,000 in total. An insane collaborative effort from these 3 channels, and I just cannot express my gratitude enough. We'll give it like 30 seconds. Otherwise, I don't want to just keep everyone on the edge of their seat here. It would just be kind of cool, I guess, but already super grateful for everything you guys have done.
Yeah, this is, as much as, I mean, you could probably speak on this more, but having 3 channels, 3 different fan bases, all the same stream.
It's weird.
It's definitely weird, but nobody has been ill will or anything bad, it was more of just competitive and responded to a lot better than I thought, which is awesome.
All right.
Shout out to everyone.
Grizzly, great to see you in the chat. Kyle, the Broncos do need a punter. That will do it for us. Thank you guys so much for watching 4+ hours of our free agency coverage. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday, and I look forward to seeing everyone back for, I guess it's day 3 of free agency, but it's kind of day 1. Oh my gosh. I was going to say kind of day 1 because that's when the new league year begins. Thomas and Deontay Mack both sending in $10 super chats simultaneously. He's him also, of course, getting a last word in. Let's throw on Thomas's and Mack's super chat. We can put on he's him. I'm an advocate for the Second Amendment, or for the First Amendment, freedom of speech. Thomas, thank you for your super, getting us. Thomas is the one that got us to 2K altogether, and then Mack slams it home with a rise up. And then there's he's him. We'll throw he's him super chat on screen. He wants to be canceled. As the one of the biggest proponents for hating cancel culture. It would really suck to be canceled myself, of course. Set me up for this one. He asked me how many genders there are, and I give him the straight answer, and he's like, I don't like it. But you can definitely speak to my manager. It is, James Yoder, hit him up. I don't think it's going to go as you might think. So, all right. Mario, did you hear me? Brown, Mario, I did a video on that at 12:30 in the morning. It's on the channel. Go watch it. Yeah, that's all right. If he wants to spend his money that way, I won't stop him. Thank you guys once again for tuning in. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Let's say right now the new league year begins at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. There'll be a flurry of moves that happen right up. Let's just call it noon tomorrow. 12 Central, 1 Eastern. Does that sound good? Everyone set a little reminder for that. We'll just run it back at the same time tomorrow. All right, looking forward to it. I'll see you all then.